The system's rigged, man, it's time to break free. Eyes wide open, gotta see what I see. Standing on the front lines, fighting for the truth. Lift the veil of lies, it's time to be the proof. Take a stand, don't you back down. Raise your voice, let's shake the town. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. United and free.
You can all be seated. All right, we're back on the record in FECR 153477. Welcome back, jurors. So we left off. So Gomet was testifying, and Mr. Medbanks, you can continue your examination. Ma'am, you're still under oath. You can go ahead. I'm sorry.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Your Honor, if we could, yesterday we were the part of examination where we were publishing some photos. If I could have that screen back.
We need the... All right, publishing now. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Gomet, yesterday when we were breaking for the day, we were starting to talk about this palm print that you located on the defendant's vehicle. If I understood your testimony correctly, you noted that you did not process the entire vehicle for prints, and that was partially due to not being asked and because we knew who the parties were in the vehicle. Is that right?
Correct.
So what about this print that's seen in 18SS caused you, or why was this one developed?
We just noticed it was a very obvious print on the side of the vehicle there, so we decided to process it and collect it.
And I think you started to describe for us, you mentioned developing it with a white powder.
Correct.
Can you explain that process to us?
Sure. So we're just going to have a brush, and we'll have a container with white powder, and we'll dip the brush in the powder and gently circle it over the print, and it'll collect on the ridge lines of a fingerprint, and then we will then put tape over that print and lift that print and put it down onto a transparency, or like a clear piece of paper.
And in 18SS, at this point, is the print developed?
That is just a photo before the white powder.
In 18TT, has the white powder been added to this print?
Yes.
And when the print is collected, are you the person who processes the print?
Once it's back at the laboratory?
I guess, do you do anything with the identification of who this print belongs to?
No.
Can you tell us what we're seeing in 18UU?
Those are items, I believe, that were found on the rear window ledge behind the back seats.
(18VV), can you tell us what we're seeing in this photograph?
That is a Walmart receipt for an OT Machete.
And from this receipt, well, firstly, can you tell us where this receipt was located within the car?
I believe that was in the front seat area.
Can you tell us the date on this receipt?
It was dated February 14th, 2024,
It
at 17:04. Sorry.
Perfect. Out of the receipts that were located in the vehicle, were you able to determine how many separate machetes had been purchased?
Believe we thought there might have been 2, and also based on the packaging we found.
Okay. The other receipt that you found showed purchase for 2 machetes, correct?
Yes.
And this receipt shows a purchase for a 3rd machete?
Yes.
So at least 3 machetes had been purchased?
3 based on the receipts, 2 based on the packaging we found.
And this was also at Walmart?
That one, yes.
And when I say this one on 18 VB was a Walmart receipt?
Yes.
18 WW, can you tell us which part of the vehicle we're looking at?
That is the front driver's seat.
And in this photograph, is there something specifically that your attention was drawn to?
So I am showing the relative position of that black handle you can see sticking out between the seat and the center console.
Will you point that out with your laser pointer up there?
Right here.
And moving to 18XX, have we then zoomed in on that handle?
Yes.
And what was that a handle to?
That was a handle to a machete that was inside a black sheath.
And the machete that was pulled from between the center console and the driver's seat, is that the machete that we're seeing in 18YY?
Yes.
(18ZZ), is that the same machete?
Yes.
Is there a reason that when you photograph items like a machete or a knife that both sides are photographed?
We just want a clear representation of the item from all different angles.
What are we seeing in 18AAA?
So in this photo, we've removed the machete from the sheath so that you can see the actual knife.
And BBB, is that the same machete but the opposite side of the blade?
Correct.
Tell us what we're looking at in 18CCC.
That was just a small stain on the very tip of the machete.
And what about that, if anything, that small stain drew your attention to it?
We were looking at the machete to see if we noticed any residue or staining on it. That was the only thing we noticed. It was a very small amount and seemed fairly insignificant. The machete was collected, but we didn't swab that area or anything because of the small size.
And what does the small size have to do with your decision on whether or not to swab that?
The size, not necessarily influencing the decision, but it didn't appear to be apparent blood because it's pretty light in color. And so at the time, we just decided to collect the machete and have it in evidence, but we didn't end up submitting that particular one to the lab at the time.
18DD, can you tell us the items that are seen in this photograph, where they were recovered from within the vehicle?
All of those items were in an open compartment under the radio.
Affixed to that console area?
Yes.
And can you tell us what we're looking at in this photograph as far as items that were recovered?
In this photograph, there's a black wallet there, a receipt, that duct tape roll that's used, and a folding pocket knife are the main items of interest there.
And the item to the right of the pocket knife, would this be a black-handled pick or black-handled comb?
Yes, something like that.
And again, on the white sheet, there are words in the bottom left-hand corner that say Honda Accord compartment under radio. Is that either something you or your partner wrote on that white sheet?
Yes.
And was that also done to help you identify where these items came from when you go back and look at pictures?
Correct.
18EE, tell us what we're seeing in this photograph.
So that is a closer up view of the duct tape roll and the folding knife.
Would you agree that, well, you had an opportunity to review the DNA lab reports 2 and 3 that were also submitted as part of this case, correct?
Correct.
And to be clear, this duct tape roll that was listed in those reports, the duct tape roll that's listed in those reports, is that the roll of duct tape that was taken out of that vehicle?
Yes.
In the DNA reports, it mentions that there was blood found on that roll of duct tape. Looking at 18DDD, are you able to give us a general idea of where the blood on the roll of duct tape was?
Yes, you won't be able to see it in this photo, but it was on the inside cardboard here.
Going back to 18EE, we have a can of soda, that roll of duct tape, and a folding knife of some sort. Is this the folding knife that you referenced in your reports as a pocket knife or something to that effect?
Yes.
And on this pocket knife, was there something that drew your attention to it?
Yes, you can see some staining on the edge of the blade there, and then when we opened it up, we saw more red stains and other fluids.
Can you use your laser pointer and show us where you're seeing the red stains?
Along the edge here, and I think there might have been some on the outside too.
And that was found under the radio in the center console area.
Correct.
(18FFF), what are we seeing in this photograph?
That is the black wallet found under the radio in the compartment.
And next to that wallet, there's a receipt from Wendy's, is that correct?
Yes.
And what was the date on that receipt?
That was dated 2/16/2024.
So to be clear, the second receipt from Walmart that showed one machete and the Wendy's receipts were not crumpled up in that mint green bag in the trunk.
No.
Were you able to identify who the wallet belonged to?
Yes, there is an ID inside of it.
And who did the ID belong to?
McKinley Louisma.
And is that what we see in State's Exhibit 18HHH?
Yes.
Were there other forms of identification as far as bank cards and such in that wallet?
Yes.
And were those also in the name of or under the name of McKinley Louisma?
Yes.
And in relation to that duct tape and that knife with Melody's blood on it, where was this wallet situated in the vehicle?
That was also in the compartment under the radio.
18III, is this just another temporary driver's license in the defendant's name?
Yes.
And JJJ, what are we seeing here?
This is the pocket knife with the stains.
And those stains would be along the bottom, per this picture, the bottom side of that knife.
Yes.
18KKK, what are we seeing in this photograph?
So we flipped the knife over to view the other side before opening it.
Would you agree that from this vantage point, there appears to be some sort of a clearer liquid on this side of the blood?
Yes.
And did you form any opinions as to what that substance may have been?
Can't know for sure. It could have been some sort of biological fluid, but I can't say for sure.
But it was in that condition when you located it in the defendant's vehicle?
Yes.
Tell us what's happening in 18LLL.
So now we've opened the knife up so you can see the blade more clearly.
And in MMM?
That's the other side of the blade.
What are we seeing in 18NNN?
So we wanted to get a photo of the length of the knife blade with a scale, and that's what you're seeing here.
In this photo we see an addition of a ruler and a zip tie. Where is this knife situated for the taking of this photograph?
So the knife has already been secured in a evidence box, and we put the scale in there with it.
Who does that, puts it in the box and secures it?
We do at the scene, my partner and I.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Ms. Gomez, I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit PPP. Do you recognize this box?
Yes.
And can you tell us what you recognize the box to be?
So this is a box that we've labeled pocket knife with red stains from compartment under radio in Honda. Date we collected it, initials of us, and you can see our original seal here that is now broken. But
And when you say that we collected it and the date we collected it, how do you know who was the person who collected it?
so my partner, Abigail Jones, and I both have our initials on the box.
The yellow tag that's seen in the top right-hand corner of that box, can you tell us what that depicts?
So once it's submitted to the laboratory, it gets the yellow barcode for chain of custody purposes and tracking purposes.
And what is the lab number associated with this item of evidence?
This is lab item number 8.
So if lab item number 8 is referenced in the reports, whether the one authored by you or the two authored by Ms. Schneider, would lab number 8 associate with the items in this box?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state offers 18 PPP.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 18 PPP is admitted.
And Ms. Gomez, has that evidence tape been broken yet, the seal on it?
I believe it's been taped over.
Will you use the scissors next to you and break the seal for me, please? May I have permission to publish this to the jury?
You may.
And may I do that using the Elmo, Your Honor?
You may.
A couple of items are in the box with the knife. Would you agree with that? Oh.
Yes.
And can you just briefly tell us what those are?
Those are swabs taken by the DNA section, the DNA analyst.
So once you submitted the knife, the analyst or criminalist that would have done the DNA testing would have left the swab she used within this box.
Yes.
And those are attached or affixed to the top lid of the box.
Yes.
And then this knife that we see, this is the knife that you took or found collected from the center console under the radio in the defendant's vehicle?
Yes.
Thank you. May I continue to republish some photos, Your Honor?
Publishing now.
I am showing you 18GG. Can you show us, using your laser pointer, where in the vehicle these items were located?
They were all located approximately in this area.
In front of the gear shift?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Gomat, would it be fair to say that as part of the crime scene team, that your role was finding, collecting evidence?
Yes.
Did you have anything to do with any tests that were ran on the evidence that you found?
No, we do not do any of the testing of any items submitted to the laboratory.
So once you photograph, find the evidence, collect it, what do you do with it?
We will package it in evidence packaging, and at the scene, we'll decide what's going to come back with the crime scene team to the laboratory and what is going to stay with either our agent or the local agency, and then we will take those items back to the laboratory and submit them.
May I have the lights back, please? And if I understood your testimony correctly, the items that you and or your partner specifically submitted to the lab were seen on your report marked one through 10, is that correct?
Yes, I believe so.
May I publish 18A again, Your Honor? And the lights can stay on for this.
(18A) is published.
So the items shown under the crime scene report section of your report.
Yes.
The items that you and your teammate opted not to send directly to the lab, can you explain to us what happens to those items?
So they are stored at I think in this case it was stored at Marion Police Department in their evidence room, and they keep those secure until the time that they either decide to submit more items or not, but they'll stay in the evidence room forever.
Is that a typical procedure that not everything collected in a case is submitted at one time?
Yes, especially from a crime scene, because you don't know what's going to be relevant, so you usually collect more than you end up submitting, just so that in the future, if that becomes a relevant item, then it can be submitted.
Prior to coming into court today, did you have an opportunity to review what were labeled under the same case number as your report, reports number 2 and reports number 3 that were authored by Carly Schneider?
Yes.
And if, I'm going to show you those as well, what were previously marked as Exhibits 19. I lost those, Judge. They're already admitted. From where you're seated.
And this is 19A. Just
Yes,
so
it
we're
is,
clear.
Your Honor. Permission to proceed? Okay. Where you're seated, are you able to see 19A?
Yes.
And I just want to go through some of the items that are listed to confirm whether or not they were items that were submitted, that were found within the defendant's vehicle.
Okay.
Looking at the first group of lab numbers, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, were those items that you submitted to the lab?
Yes.
Were there, from this second group, any items that you submitted?
No.
Then moving on to the third group of items that were submitted March 7th of 2024, are there items in that group that were located within the vehicle that were submitted for analysis?
Yes, there's 3 items that were submitted later, lab numbers 24, 25, and 26.
And just to remind us, lab number 24 is what?
The pink Hey Dude shoes.
And those pink Hey Dude shoes, were they located within that mint green bag found in the defendant's trunk?
Yes.
What else was, you said 25?
Yes.
And remind us what lab 25 was?
Those are black capri pants also found in the mint green bag of the Honda trunk.
And lab item 26?
The multicolor cell phone case found in the mint green bag in the Honda trunk.
Moving to the first page of report 3 within the same exhibit, are there items listed in the itemized list of items that were submitted to the lab from the investigating agency that you collected from within the vehicle?
Yes.
And can you tell us which ones those were?
Lab item number 31
And what's lab item 31?
is the white watch band with red stains.
And where in the vehicle did you find that?
That was also in the mint green bag in the trunk.
Any others?
Yes. Lab item number 33, the machete in the black sheath found between the front driver's seat and the center console.
And any other items?
Yes. Item number 35, the black gloves with stains found in the mint green bag in the Honda trunk.
And were those Ozark Trail gloves? Or were
No.
those, go ahead, or were those other gloves
Yes, just a black pair of gloves.
that also had stains?
Yes, we just noted stains because it was hard to tell if it was a colored stain or not.
Because the gloves were black.
Yes.
Anything else?
The last item was number 38, the used roll of duct tape found in the compartment under the radio in the front seat of the car.
Thank you. And just to clarify, regarding the machete that was in the black sheath found between the center console and the driver's side or driver's seat, you identified that as lab 33?
Yes.
Okay. Earlier, when you were testifying, I was asking you some questions about locating blood within the passenger's compartment. And if I understood you correctly, you noted that that there was some blood, but it was near the center console.
If I recall correctly, yes.
Was that blood on items, or was it on the console itself?
I think most of it was on the items. I don't recall specifically if there was anything on the console.
And according to your report, other than those items that were in the center console area, there was no other blood located in the car, in the passenger's compartment of the car?
Not to my knowledge, no.
The reports 2 and 3 were the DNA reports, correct?
Yes.
And they demonstrated the DNA analysis for the items listed, including the items that you recovered from the defendant's vehicle.
Yes.
I don't have any additional questions, Your Honor.
Cross?
Yes, thank you. Briefly, Your Honor. Your Your Honor, could you publish Exhibit 18NN?
Ms. Letter, can you help me out there?
I sure can, Judge. 2 N's, correct?
Correct. Thank you.
All right, 18NN is published.
Ms. Gomat, based on your markings on the sheet, these appear to be the items collected from the console of the vehicle which was searched, correct?
Yes.
And I believe you indicated that none of these items were collected, is that correct? Just photographed?
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay, and more specifically to the point, whether anything was collected from here or not, there's no contraband in this photo, is that correct?
Not to my knowledge, no.
And could we also publish Exhibit 18DDD, 18DDD?
DDD is published.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Gomat, I'm essentially going to ask you the same question of this photo. Whether or not these items were collected, there's no contraband in this photo, is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor, may we approach?
You may. My understanding is that counsel's going to ask a clarifying question.
Yes.
Withdraw the previous question. Go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Gomat, my question is there any drug paraphernalia in this photo?
Not to my knowledge. I don't recall what the blue liquid was at this time, but otherwise, no.
Should I zoom on it? Could we just zoom the photo a bit? If there had been any illegal drugs or drug paraphernalia in the car, those would have been seized, correct?
If they were on the warrant, yes.
Based on your recollection, there was nothing like that in this search?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Ms. Gomat, just to be clear, on the top of this blue liquid, it says something about being for a body, right?
I took your
Oh,
photo down. Do you want to back up?
sorry, Judge, yes, please.
Yes, it appears to say that, yeah.
Probably some sort of body oil or body spray.
Yes.
Okay, no one has drawn your attention to this as anything drug-related?
No.
Okay. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any additional cross?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much.
I do too, I just use a different color. You bring them. Thank you.
The state can call up the next witness.
State calls Dustin Prince.
Sir, I'm going to have you pause there and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Let's see. And I'm going to have you start by just stating and spelling your full name for the record.
Dustin Prince, DustinPrintz.
All right, thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Prince.
Morning.
Can you first tell us a little bit about yourself? How old are you?
I'm 27.
What do you do for a living?
I work for a burial service, Roland Wilbur Burial Vault.
What's the name of that company?
Wilbur Burial Vaults.
Okay. And do you live here in Cedar Rapids?
Yes.
What's your address?
270 15th Street.
Is that on the northwest side of town?
Yes.
Are you familiar with a person by the name of Dakota Van Patten?
Yes.
How?
He's my little brother.
Did you say younger brother?
Yes.
Okay. Did Mr. Van Patten live with you at the 270 15th Street Northwest residence in Cedar Rapids on or about February 17th and 18th of 2024?
Yes.
Approximately how long had he been living with you at that time?
About 6 months.
Where did he stay in the residence or use as his kind of primary bedroom?
There's a bedroom in the basement.
And for the 6 months or so while he was there, was that where he slept and kept his personal items and whatnot?
Yes.
I want to take you to the day of February 17th of 2024, it was Saturday, and ask you just a few questions about some contact you may have had with Mr. Van Patten, your brother, on that day. Did you see your brother that day?
No, I spoke to him on the phone, like early evening, probably about 5 or 6 o'clock or so.
Do you remember when you spoke to him on the phone where he was?
He was.
Objection calls for hearsay.
Overruled.
Do you remember where he was?
He was supposed to be at a birthday party at Pizza Ranch, and judging by the background sound, it sounded like a child's birthday, like kids screaming arcade games from the arcade they have in the back of Pizza Ranch.
Is there a pizza ranch on the west side of town in Cedar Rapids?
Yeah, over there by the Quick Star on Tom Williams, I believe. Over there by the library.
Okay. Is that also in the southwest side near like Menards and Walmart and those places?
Yeah, that area over there.
Do you know a person by the name of Shantae McMurrin?
No, I don't believe so.
So you don't know whether he was with her or not?
No.
So when you talked to Mr. Van Patten, your brother, at about 5 p.m., and it sounded like he was at this birthday party, did you speak to him after that on the 17th?
I don't think so.
So he wasn't at your residence at 270 15th Street Northwest, obviously, because you're talking on the phone at that time, right?
On the Saturday, you mean?
Yeah.
No.
Do you recall seeing him at all that Saturday around your house?
I don't remember. I don't think so.
When is the next time you recall approximately seeing Mr. Van Patten?
It would be Sunday, like late morning, early afternoon, probably about noon. Around sometime between like 11 a.m. and 1 in the afternoon. Somewhere in there.
Where did you see him?
At my house. That's when I woke up from, I'd worked the night before. So when I woke up, he was there and, yeah.
Do you know, as you sit here today, when he arrived home?
I don't know exactly what time he arrived. I just know he was there when I woke up. I don't know, sometime between 11 and 1 o'clock.
Mr. Prince, I'd like to present to you what's been previously introduced and accepted into evidence as State's Exhibits number 13U and 13B, when the court allows us to publish that. So just hang tight for now.
Uh, 13U is published now.
Mr. Prince, do you recognize the objects and the item in State's Exhibit number 13U?
Yeah, that appears to be my lockbox.
And is this a lockbox that you kept at your residence at 270 15th Street Northwest?
Yes.
And where did you keep this lockbox?
In my bedroom, the foot of the bed.
In your bedroom at the foot of the bed?
Yeah.
How did you keep this lockbox locked and secured?
There was a padlock on it, and the only keys for the padlock were on my key ring that was with me wherever I went.
So the key to this lockbox opened a padlock that opened the lockbox?
Yes.
Okay. And that's something you kept on keys, what, other keys that you had? Like,
Yeah, just my normal set of keys, key for both my cars, my house, for work. There was 2 keys for the padlock, but they were on the same ring on the set of keys. When you buy a padlock, they'll give you a key set have 2 keys on the.
And you had both keys?
Yeah, both keys were on the ring, same ring, on the key ring the whole time.
Is there any other way to open that padlock than those 2 keys?
No, there's no other way to open that padlock.
Did you have those keys with you or have knowledge of where those keys were throughout the day on February 17th?
Yes, I worked both of my jobs, so from 7 a.m. till about 2 p.m., and then my other job from 7 p.m. until about 5 a.m. They were with me through both jobs.
And throughout the day, you had those keys with you that had the only means to access this lockbox?
Yes, those keys were on my person the entire day.
Does your brother, Mr. Van Patten, have access to this lockbox, or did he on February 17th of 2024 through any means?
No,
To your knowledge, was this lockbox then kept in its regular location as of February 17th, 2024 on that day?
yes, the box had not moved. It was in the same spot.
And to your knowledge, had that box moved in any of the days previous to that?
No,
Any reason to believe as of February 17th, 2024 that anybody had manipulated or accessed this lockbox?
no,
And to your knowledge, did this lockbox remain in its regular location at the foot of your bed up until the time it was seized and searched on February 20th, 2024?
yeah, it was in the same spot, unmoved until the police removed it.
And how did the lockbox get open for the police?
I believe they had already cut it open by the time I'd gotten there, but the lock was still locked, and they used my keys when I had gotten home to open it.
So you even had to get the police into the lockbox?
Yeah, I had to give the police the key to open the lock. I don't remember if they'd cut in through the box itself was just plastic, but it had not been broken before that.
So as we see this right here, when the police took this photograph, was that because you provided the means in which they could open the lockbox and examine the contents?
Yeah, like I said, I provided them means to open the lock. I don't know if they opened it wouldn't have been hard to cut through a plastic box. The lock was what was holding it, but before they'd arrived, box wasn't broken in any means. I don't know if I'm misunderstanding the question. Or...
No, you're good.
Okay.
No, the lockbox had not been manipulated and opened in any way.
Yeah.
Okay. Move on to, before we move on, at the top of this picture in the lockbox, we see a firearm. What kind of firearm is that?
9mm pistol.
Is that your firearm then?
Yes.
Okay. We'll go ahead and move on to 13V now. In 13V, we see some items on there. Is this the firearm then after it was taken out of the lockbox and photographed?
Yeah, that looks like the same firearm.
And then is there a magazine then that would be associated with or would be used to load that firearm?
Yes.
Any other firearm-related items in here?
You mean like in the picture?
Yeah.
Looks like an extra magazine, a box of Remington ammunition. I'm not sure. Looks like there's a holster up there.
Are those all your items too?
Yes.
Those are all in the lockbox as well?
Yes.
Were all the contents related to firearms that you had kept in your lockbox up to and including February 17th still in that lockbox as pictured here?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Were all the items that you had in your lockbox that were firearm related, the firearm itself, the 9mm, the ammunition, the magazines, were all of those items still in the lockbox when it was accessed by the police?
Yeah, as far as,
So nothing missing?
no.
I don't have any other questions at this time, Your Honor.
Cross-examination?
Good morning.
Morning.
Mr. Prince, before February 17th, had you ever seen my client, McKinley Louisma, in your house?
No, I'd never seen him inside the house.
I don't have anything else, thank you.
Redirect?
A couple questions about that, Mr. Prince. First of all, what hours do you work at your job?
My day job for the burial service, I work Monday through Saturday, 7 a.m. till about 2 or 3, depending on the day. And then my second job, I work security overnight, and that's, depending on the week, always Friday, Saturday night, and then a couple other nights throughout the week, so 3 to 4 nights a week. And that the hours kind of vary back and forth an hour or so, but typically about 8 p.m. until about 3 or 4 a.m.
So with those type of hours, then, would there be occasions when you wouldn't be at home and perhaps Mr. Van Patten would have a guest?
Yeah, safe to say there's a lot of time that I was not at home.
Can you say definitively that Mr. Louisma was not at your residence during those times?
No, I have no way of knowing for sure that he was not in my house.
Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Cross?
No, thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. The state can call its next witness.
May we approach, Your Honor?
You may. All right, folks, there's some issues that court needs to address, and so we're going to take our break a little bit early today. So we'll be in recess, and again, just remember the admonition I give you throughout the case, and have a good morning break. We'll see you back here shortly. can all be seated. All right, we're back on the record in FECR 153477. Thank you for your patience, jurors. As I said before, anytime you're waiting, we're working. And so that was just a longer break than we anticipated. But I think we're now at a point where the state is ready to call its next witness. The state can do so at this time.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Marissa Moosman.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
If you would please start by just stating and spelling your full name for the record.
It's Marissa Moosman, Marissa Moosmann.
Thank you. Go ahead, counsel.
Good morning, Marissa.
Good morning.
I want you to start by telling us a little bit about yourself. First of all, what's your current occupation?
I am a special agent with the Iowa Department of Public Safety, Division of Criminal Investigations, and I am assigned to the Major Crime Unit.
How long have you held that position with the DCI?
With DCI, it's been 1 year. I've been with the Department of Public Safety since 2022. Prior to DCI, I was with the Iowa State Patrol for them.
What did you do with the Department of Public Safety starting in 2022 then before you became a special agent?
I attended the Certified Academy in spring of 2022, and then I was assigned as a trooper to Post 12, which is the Davenport area, and I worked as a trooper at patrol.
How long did you work as a trooper for patrol?
Approximately 1.5 years.
And prior to joining the Iowa State Patrol, the Department of Public Safety and the Iowa State Patrol, did you have any previous law enforcement experience?
Yes, I've been in law enforcement for a total of 15 years. I started my career in 2009 with the Clinton Police Department. I was there for approximately 8 years. 3 of that, my first 3.5 was on patrol. The remainder of that time was as a detective. I served as an investigator for them, so handled cases, as well as the property and evidence room manager and the technical services person. So technical services is like oversees crime scenes, crime scene processing. And I was also a member of the crime scene unit for 7 years, from after my probationary period of 1 year on at the Clinton Police Department. In 2017, I switched to the Clinton County Sheriff's Office, where I initially served 6 months in the jail, and then I served 6 months in the jail working, sorry, and then I was assigned as a detective there, where I also did their crime scenes and property room management. And I was a member of the Iowa Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force during my time at the Sheriff's Office.
Okay, great. Before you came into law enforcement, what was your background as far as education?
I have my bachelor's degree from University of Wisconsin-Platteville. With my bachelor's is in criminal justice with an emphasis in forensic investigation and a Spanish minor. And then I am currently in my last class of my master's degree for organizational leadership with criminal justice leadership.
Great. So were you working in your capacity as a special agent, the one you are in now, position on or about February 17th and 18th of 2024?
Yes, I was.
Did you have an opportunity to become involved in the investigation of the homicide of Melody Hoffmanin?
Yes, I did. I became involved on February 21st.
Can you tell us how it is that you became involved in the investigation?
Yes, I was returning from some personal time off at work. I was aware that that this incident had occurred, and that Special Agent Ryan Kedley was the lead investigator on the case, knowing that homicide cases are very cumbersome and take a lot of personnel and resources. I reached out to him to see if he needed assistance, and then he asked that I respond to Marion Police Department to assist.
Is this area within your regular zone that you would investigate cases in?
Yes, it is. It's considered Zone 4 within the Division of Criminal Investigations Major Crime Unit.
So have you and Special Agent Kelly worked on some investigations together in the past?
Yeah, actually, I've worked with him since I was at the Clinton Police Department. So I worked in conjunction with cases prior to becoming an agent as well. And actually, I believe in all of my roles with the police department, with the sheriff's office, and now with the state.
Great. Tell us what you did first then when Special Agent Kelly said, sure, come on board, we could use some help.
I responded to the Marion Police Department where I met with Special Agent Kedley, Detective Tom Peterson, and other officers that were working the case. I received a briefing about some of the case facts and leads that they needed followed up on. The 21st originally, I was assigned to assist with some phone follow-ups, so interviews of subjects by phone, assisted in going to the search warrant that was conducted at the residence of Dakota Van Patten, and also from that day forward, I assisted with the identification, preservation, and writing search warrants for all digital aspects of the case. So that would be any applications or apps, as I'll probably refer to them, phone numbers, internet service providers, that kind of thing.
So when you arrived, you kind of jumped into it, and one of the things you said you did was that you responded to the scene of a search warrant?
Correct.
Okay, do you remember where that was?
I don't remember the address off the top of my head, I'm sorry.
Was that the residence that was known to be that of Dakota Van Patten?
Correct, yes.
And as a result of that investigation, do you recall when some glasses were recovered there?
Yes, I do.
We've had some testimony about those glasses already, but when you were there when those glasses were recovered, what did you do as far as trying to confirm the owner of those glasses?
The glasses were brought, I didn't enter the residence at all. The glasses were brought outside by members who were searching the residence and who had located the glasses. They were consistent with the glasses that I knew we were looking for and that were on the search warrant. I took a photograph of the glasses and forwarded it to Special Agent Ryan Kedley for identification.
Your Honor, this time can we publish what's been previously introduced and accepted into evidence as State's Exhibit number 10G?
G is published.
Special Agent Moosman, is this the glasses that you that were recovered at Mr. Van Patten's residence that you helped with to determine the identification of the owner of?
Yes, that is correct.
Is this a picture you took?
Yes, it is.
And did you send this? Who did you send this picture to?
Special Agent Ryan Kedley.
What was the purpose of that?
To identify the glasses. They were similar and consistent with the ones that we were looking for in the search warrant, which had been identified as belonging to Melody Hoffmanin, but identified as missing from the scene of her death.
Okay, thank you. You can go ahead and take that down. Thanks, Judge. Another one of the duties that you have told us that you did among the various things was to help obtain some information on social media. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Would you say that that was one of the primary duties that you did in this case?
Yes.
So you're kind of in charge of the social media somewhat.
Yes, in this case it was. I mean, our roles kind of vary from investigation to investigation, depending on what the investigation calls for. It is something that I have a little bit more training and specialty in, so that's something that I assist with.
What kind of training and specialty do you have in accessing, researching, identifying social media account information?
So as my role with the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force, so we call it ICAC, I received a lot of training on internet service providers and communications through applications and electronic communication. So there was a lot of coursework that I did for that, including investigations that went into those lines of communication and work to identify subjects and communicating digitally with children and committing crimes. In addition to that, I do have a certification from the National White Collar Crime Center as a certified cyber crime investigator. So there's a lot of training that goes along with that, and it goes with your experience as well.
As part of that experience, then, are you able to sort of swim through social media account information to try to find information that may be relevant to your investigation?
Yes, it teaches you what to look for, what becomes relevant, maybe what to ask for when you're seeking information from different companies. Every company uses a little bit different words.
And as part of that training and in your experience in gathering and investigating social media information, have you been able to take that information and put it into a format that makes it more readable to present in court?
Yes, most of the, I believe, exhibits that are going to be are actually from kind of in the native format that they are received in. Other than maybe some items to focus on, but they're relatively in the native format that they're received.
Okay. From what individuals did you seek to obtain information on social media accounts in this case?
There were multiples. Ones that became a focus were Melody Hoffmanin and accounts related to her, Dakota Van Patten, Logan Kempton, Nakia Svoboda, and then the defendant, Mr. McKinley Louisma.
Before we get into the social media account information, I want to talk about another bit of digital information in this case that's already been introduced, and that's what's been described as a threatening text message that was sent from a text now number on or about January 7th, 2024. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And do you recall what the phone number was that was involved in that?
Yes, there's a lot of numbers that were involved in this case. I believe it was 319-732-6906.
Okay, 319-732-6906.
Correct.
Okay. And tell us a little bit about how Text Now works. I think maybe we had some testimony on that, so just a brief description as a reminder might be helpful.
It is an application, or you can use it through the web as well, an internet-based application that users can get a phone number that they can use without having a cell service. So you use it through internet or through Wi-Fi access. The way that works is the companies purchase a pool of phone numbers that they can use. Those numbers aren't permanently assigned to that person. Once they're done and either the person puts the number back or it's expired or however the company determines to do that, it then is recycled to different people. So it's slightly different than a cell phone company where you're the registered user all the time.
In your capacity as the investigator into social media accounts and whatnot, in this case, did you attempt to obtain information on who the owner was of the Text Now number that sent this threatening message on or about January 7th of 2024?
Yes, I did. I served a search warrant to Text Now.
And as a result of that search warrant that you served on Text Now, were you able to identify someone who owned that account and then as a result infer who sent it?
We were not.
Okay. Can you explain for us, based upon your experience dealing with social media and Text Now in particular, the reasons why those records may not be able to be recovered?
Sure. In this case specifically, we were at a disadvantage for time. That message was sent on January 7th of 2024. By the time I became involved in the case, we're talking February 21st. We have a month and a half or more that has passed and elapsed. That information is obtained and saved by companies for different periods of time. A lot of times you can see it, or you may see it from the companies as their terms of service, or they'll send you some information about what we collect or what we keep. It's that kind of information. However, there are privacy policies within companies that they allow you to potentially delete or deactivate an account. For Text Now, if messages are deleted and the account is deactivated, those may no longer be available for us to see.
So one of two possible reasons why you didn't get the information on who was the Text Now owner would be the sheer passage of time and the records weren't kept.
Yep, yes, correct. So either the sheer passage of time, I'd say there's three reasons. Either the records were never there, the sheer passage of time that they don't maintain the records for, or the third one is the user's overt act to delete and deactivate that account.
So you could delete the messages and or the account. And if that happens, then you serve a search warrant and the response you're going to get is we don't have anything.
Correct.
And is that what the response you got?
Yes, because the preservation for them to hold those records was not served until February.
So going to the social media accounts then, in this case that you reviewed, we're going to focus on Defendant Louisma's social media accounts here and start with our first exhibit. If I could show the witness what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit number 20E. See State Exhibit 20E in front of you?
I do see it.
And can you tell us, have you seen this exhibit before?
Yes, I have.
Can you give us a general description of what this exhibit is?
This is an excerpt from the Unified Messages section of the Facebook profile or Facebook account records that belonged or were identified as belonging to the defendant, McKinley Louisma. His username was King Zoe. I'm going to call it King Zoe, but it was KXNGZOE. And these messages are between that profile and the profile belonging with a vanity name of Maddie Brown.
So what we're looking at in State's Exhibit 20E is messages between what you've identified as the defendant's Facebook account, the KXNGZOE, and another individual that identifies herself as Maddie Brown.
That is correct.
Okay. How did you recover these messages?
These were obtained through the search warrant from Facebook, so Facebook sent these. It was in the account package that we received.
And would these be messages then sent through, we talk about the Facebook account, through the Messenger Facebook account?
Yes.
Why did you pinpoint these in your investigation?
So, reading through the messages, the context within the messages appeared that the user that had the vanity name of Maddie Brown was relating information or communicating consistently with what Melody Hoffmanin may have said.
As you reviewed these messages, then did you make a determination that it appeared very likely that the Maddie Brown user was actually Melody Hoffmanin?
Yes, it also is very apparent in the messages that Mr. Louisma also believed that user was Melody.
And do these contain an expression of the state of mind of Melody Hoffmanin on the date of these messages, and including specific references to her relationship with the defendant?
Yes, I would say.
I'm going to object. This calls for speculation and for a legal conclusion.
Overruled.
Yes, the messages indicate a level of frustration.
And I don't think I even established this. I apologize. What date were these messages being sent on?
They were sent on January 7th, 2024.
Okay. Can we move to admit States Exhibit 20E?
Any objection to 20E? 20E is admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
20E is published.
Special Agent Moosman, now we're looking at States Exhibit number 20E here, and we just want to make sure that we establish that there's a date of a sent message in the author, and that's pretty intuitive, but the time here, is that in Central Standard Time?
No, it is in Universal Time. So that would be, the math on that Central Standard Time is minus 6 hours. So it's that 5:36, so on 1/7 of 2024, 5:36 a.m. UTC, you subtract 6 hours, so that would actually be the day before. It's going to be January 6th, 2024 at approximately 11:36 p.m.
Okay, so when we look at these messages, we're just going to have to do the math every time, right?
Yeah, minus 6.
All right. So I think we can figure that out and as we go with this, but let's say the messages start here, as you've indicated, at 11:36 and 48 seconds on January 6th, 2024. And the first message, who is that sent by?
That is the author, is that King Zoe Facebook page. That is Mr. Louisma.
Okay. And what is it that Mr. Louisma says at this time?
It says, Melody, if you texting me, you can stop BC, which I take as because clearly you don't have NTH, which I take as nothing better to do, I see.
And is this an indication here, as you testified to earlier, that even though the other participant in this conversation is Maddie Brown, that Mr. Louisma is addressing Maddie Brown as Melody?
Correct.
So that he's figured out this is Melody?
Correct.
Okay. So continuing on then, what does Mr. Louisma then say just about 30 seconds or so later?
I don't want to play whatever game you playing, again, BC, because I'm not interested.
And then in response to that, the Facebook account that is identifying as Maddie Brown, but under the circumstances you've opined as Melody, what's the response there just a few seconds later?
What are you saying? I'm not Melanie.
And in that case, she actually says Melanie instead of Melody.
That is correct.
And then how does the defendant respond about 8 seconds later?
He responds, all of a sudden, I don't want to be with you.
And then what's his next response?
And now you saying I did this and did that. That's hella funny.
Is this an excerpt of the conversation?
This is.
Okay. And then after he says that's hella funny on, just a few seconds later, about a minute and a half or so later, how does Maddie Brown, i.e. Melody Hoffman, respond?
You guys were cute together, but I get why now. And we're going to, I believe it's supposed to be throw away your stuff. You're not getting it back.
So within a minute or so after that, Melody is indicating something about throwing away Mr. Louisma's stuff.
Correct.
Okay. And then how's Mr. Louisma respond there?
Okay.
And then I think we have one more message, and that's just within that same time frame. What's the final message that Mr. Louisma sends?
Have fun throwing away my stuff.
Okay, I think we're done with that exhibit, Your Honor. I'd like to present to the witness now what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 20A. Special Agent Moosman, were you able to gain access to the records from the Instagram account of Mr. Louisma?
Yes, I was. Oh, no. It's not the Instagram accounts of Mr. Louisma.
Okay. Were you able to gain access to the Instagram accounts of Melody Hoffman?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And from the Instagram account of Melody Hoffman, were you able to identify a conversation between Melody Hoffman and the defendant?
Yes, I was.
Okay. What did we see in State's Exhibit number 20A?
It is a conversation thread between the two users, Melaroni, MELARONI _03, and user AM_spades.
And were you able to identify the account owner or user AM_spades?
Through visual, yes. By visually looking at the account, it was consistent with the same photograph that was used by Mr. Louisma's Facebook profile account, and also has a vanity name of King Zoe, spelled KXNGZOE, which is very unique.
And when was this conversation?
February 17th of 2024.
Is this a fair and accurate copy of the conversation that you reviewed, obtained in this case?
Yes, it is. It's the same as the last one where it's that excerpt. This is how it's presented from Facebook or from Meta.
Move to enter State's number 20A, Your Honor.
Any objection to 20A?
No objection.
20A is admitted.
I did misspeak there. Not Facebook, Instagram. Meta is the parent company of both Instagram and Facebook. So all Meta records include both Instagram and Facebook.
That's something I actually knew.
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and show that when we get a chance. Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, this is State's Exhibit 20A then here. So, again, we have the UTC time, right?
Correct.
Okay, so via the math here with that first message, can you tell us when that first message was sent by Melody Hoffman?
So 22:58 minus 6 would be military time. 16:58, which is 4 p.m., 4:58 p.m. on February 17th, 2024.
In this conversation, is Melody sending messages to the defendant's Instagram account?
Correct. You see who the author is there at the top. It says Melaroni _03, and then the sent is her sending it.
Let's look at the first message here that's sent. What's the first message Melody sent then at 4:58, 59 p.m. on the 17th of February, 2024?
Bubby.
Okay. And then sometime after that, looks like we jump ahead a little bit. You want to do some more math for us?
Sure. It's going to be the 17th still at 8:44 p.m. It's easy when I can look at the clock across the way there.
Okay. So then in the evening hours, sure it's 8 or is it 7?
Might be 7.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, 7:44.
7, yes.
Okay, 7:44 and 33 seconds p.m. What does she send to him?
Ken.
And then just about 6 seconds later, what's the next message?
Why are you ignoring me?
And then moving down here, about 8 minutes after that, what message does she send him?
Hello. And then, bruh, answer your phone.
Okay, yeah, I skipped over that hello. So it was hello just a few seconds later, and then about 8 minutes later, bruh, answer your phone.
Yes, sorry.
Some kind of emoji. All right, so up to this point, does this appear that Melody Hoffman, through her Instagram account, is reaching out and trying to make contact with the defendant?
Yes, it appears so.
And did you see any response from the defendant up to that point in time?
Not at that point now.
Okay. Now we have a different message in there that appears to be sent from Melody's Instagram account. Do you see that?
Correct.
Okay, and what is the date of this sent message then?
It is February 18th, 2024 at 3:29 a.m.
Okay, so now we're into the 18th and the 3 o'clock hour, is that right?
Correct.
And what does that message say?
Hey, this is Megan. Is Mel with you?
And does that indicate to you that someone else is sending a message from Melody's Instagram account, and that someone else is appears to be her mother.
That's how it's being identified, yes.
Did Mr. Louisma respond to Melody's Instagram account and/or to Megan in this format?
Yes, it says, hey, with a wave emoji, your mom is trying to get a hold of you.
And what time was that sent?
That was sent at 3:58 a.m. on February 18th, 2024.
So just short of 20 minutes after that message from Megan.
Correct.
And then is there another message that was sent by the defendant's Instagram account to Melody Hoffman's Instagram account?
Yes, approximately a minute and a half later, Mr. Louisma's account sends, is you okay?
Okay. And then the final message in this exhibit sent just about 21 seconds after that last message from Mr. Louisma. What does that say?
Your mom is texting me to get a hold of you, so you should talk to your mom.
Now, is that the extent of the messages that you that were compiled into this exhibit from Instagram?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Your Honor. Now I'd like to present to the witness what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 20B1. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
As part of your review of the Facebook account records of the defendant in this case, did you access some activity from his Facebook account?
Yes, Facebook breaks it up through different ways, and one of those ways is the activity log of searches.
So that activity log includes what kind of searches?
Searches in the search bar, whether they're searching for a profile or a phrase or however.
And so one of the things that is included in the search is a profile of another user in Facebook.
Correct.
Or maybe a user, but maybe a Facebook account that's not a person, but like an agency or whatever.
Correct. And if you can search information that'll go through posts as well. So I mean, it's the search within Facebook. So it's Facebook's search of profiles or the information contained within.
Okay. Does that information in the information in State's Exhibit number 20B1 also include activity that involves visiting a profile too?
Yes, within that search activity log, it shows if they searched it, and then it'll say whether it was visited or not.
So does this exhibit show that profiles were searched and at times also visited, meaning what the user taps on the profile and then goes to the page?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And in your experience, when somebody were to search a profile and go to the page, what does that allow them to see?
Any information that they posted, it would be an easy access to message them from there. Anything that would relate to their profile.
Would it allow them to potentially see recent posts that would be, well, public if you're not a friend, but if you are a friend, you can see everything, right?
Yes, it depends on the user's privacy settings, but yes, you'd be able to see potentially photos, any information that they share with that user, including friends, activities, all that stuff.
And how far back does this activity on State's Exhibit number 20B1 go?
It begins on December 1st of 2023. Actually, with UTC, time conversion is November 30th.
So from the last day of November, and then how far does it go as far as the end of the entries?
I believe I served the search warrant through February 27th is what it looked for.
And why is this date important in this case as a general sort of time frame?
November, is that the November 30th date? During the time frame where it had been identified that Melody and Mr. Louisma had been involved in a relationship.
Does it also cover the time period where the relationship ended and Mr. Louisma was also involved with Nakia Sloboda, but also with Ms. Hoffman.
Yes, you can see it go back and forth through the searches.
Is this a fair and accurate copy of that information that we've discussed?
Yes, it is.
Move to admit State's Exhibit number 20B1.
Any objection to 20B1?
No objection.
Exhibit 20B1 is admitted.
Permission to publish. Thank you, Your Honor.
20B1 is published.
Okay, so now we're looking at this exhibit we've been talking about here, and let's just kind of talk about what the entries themselves show. I don't think we'll go through all 30 pages, every entry, but just to get an idea, so when it's reviewed at a later date, the folks in the jury know what they're looking at. So the first indication here in the activity log has kind of legend. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, at the top it explains what you're looking for. So each of it goes in order on how you're going to see each essentially activity search or stamped, the time, type, summary, and object ID. So that's the information that Facebook or Meta provides regarding what that information contains.
I think there's a laser pointer up there, maybe, if you want to go ahead and use that. You just kind of circle the area you were talking about there so we know.
So this is like your key. This is your key that explains what the time means, what the type means, summary, object ID.
So for example, just looking at the first entry here, we're going to find that the time and date of that activity in the first entry was November 30th, 2023 at, what, 10:36 p.m.?
Central Standard Time, correct.
Okay, so we're going to have to do the math again on this.
Correct.
Exhibit, right? Okay. So then the type of activity involved here, what was it?
The type is going to show the search.
And so that indicates the user, in this case, Mr. Louisma's Facebook account, is searching, and then the summary of the activity shows that he was searching what?
The terms of the search are within the parenthesis here, or not the parenthesis, the apostrophes. So Melody Hoffmanin. And on this one, the summary is where you're going to see whether it was searched or visited. So here it says searched.
Okay. Throughout this document, were you able to identify and then isolate searches and visits to Melody Hoffman's Facebook profile?
Yes, I was.
And did you also identify and then include within this exhibit searches and visits to Megan Hoffman's
Yes, I did.
profile? And then there's also another individual referred to as Nakia Reed. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And throughout your investigation in this case, were you able to confirm that Nakia Reed is also Nakia Sloboda?
Correct, it is.
And then did you also isolate some searches / visits of a person who identified himself as Koda, K-O-T-A Smith?
Yes, I did.
And is your understanding in this investigation that that's the Facebook profile of Dakota Van Patten?
That is correct.
I'm going to test your memory on your examination of this, so we'll see how good you do, I guess. But in your review of this document, how many times did you find that the defendant, through his Facebook account here, searched for Melody Hoffman from November 30th through February 12th?
32 times.
After February 12th, how many times did the defendant search for Melody Hoffman?
0.
When was Melody Hoffman removed as a friend on Facebook, according to your examination?
On January 5th of 2024.
How many times did the defendant, through his Facebook account, search for Megan Hoffman on Facebook from December 16th, 2023 through February 19th?
17. 17 times.
breaking that down a little bit more, then that's a total of 17 during that time period. But from December 16th through January 7th, so the 2023 through 2024, how many times did he search?
Breaking it down, I believe it was 7.
Okay. On January 7th, 2024 alone, maybe we can just go down to that date here. January 7th, 2024.
I think it's just below that. I think we just passed it. It's towards the bottom of that page.
Okay. And I guess now that we have this page up, we should note too that did you also isolate some visits to Maddie Brown on January 7th?
Correct, and that's the same, yes, Maddie Brown. There's 3 of them there. That is the same name that was on the profile where those messages were being sent, where we believed that Melody was posing as Maddie Brown.
And I guess we should clarify that per the UTC, that's actually on late on January 6th.
That is correct.
Is that consistent with the other exhibit we saw of the Maddie Brown that the defendant was talking with and was confirmed? Well, it was that you determined was actually Melody Hoffman.
Yes, it's in that same time frame.
Okay. So starting on January 7th itself, that starts down there at the bottom at what would be about 1:04 p.m. in the afternoon. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So on January 7th, how many times did you find that the defendant searched for Megan Hoffman?
I believe it was 3.
And based on your investigation in this case, is that also the same date of when the threatening text message from the text now number was sent?
Yes, it was.
After January 7th, 2024 to February 14th, so now we're just a few days before the kidnapping and homicide of Melody Hoffman, how many did the defendant do any searches or visit the page of Megan Hoffman?
1 time on January 15th.
Well, there's a long period there where there's no visits or searches besides the 1 time on January 15th.
Correct.
And again, just to clarify, this is all in this document here.
Yes, it is.
We're just saving having to go through every entry and having the jury run out of the box and tell us to stop.
Sure.
But they can find that in there, right?
Yes.
Okay, good. Let's talk about his Facebook search and visit activity from February 15th through February 19th. So like the last, few days here of Melody Hoffman's life. Did the defendant visit Megan Hoffman's Facebook page on February 15th?
Yes.
Did he visit her Facebook page on February 16th?
Correct. So this is the 15th with the UTC conversion, or Central Standard Time conversion, and then this would be the date on the 16th where it was searched, actually visited on both times, as you can see, with the UTC conversion to Central Standard Time on the 16th.
Then after that visit on Megan Hoffman's Facebook page late on the 16th, then the next entry we see is from February 18th, I guess about 6:23 in the p.m. Is that right?
Yes, with that conversion, that is correct. February 18th.
What does this indicate in terms of where the defendants visited on Facebook?
Well, he searched and then visited Iowa Missing Persons Alert.
And then after that, what do we see on the 19th?
At the bottom, approximately an hour later, the defendant searches and visits Megan Hoffman's profile.
So within the hour there, he's going from the Iowa Missing Persons Alert to visiting Megan Hoffman, and then what's the next entry?
Again, it's on February 18th. This is going to be approximately 9:39 p.m. Yes, 9:39 p.m. Central Standard Time. Searched and visited Iowa Missing Persons Alert.
After that, within the next approximately hour and 12 minutes or so, what was his next activity on Facebook?
Megan Hoffman. His search is Megan Hoffman.
Scrolling down some more there, there's some visits to Megan Hoffman on what would be still on the 18th, I guess around 10:54 p.m., is that right?
Correct.
What's he doing there?
Searches and then visits Megan Hoffman, yep, at 10:54 p.m. on the 18th.
And then about a half hour or so later, what's the next thing?
Again, searches and visits Megan Hoffman at 11:26 p.m. on the 18th.
And then moving on to the next entry, which is that on February 19th then?
Correct. That would be approximately, is it 5?
5:42 in the morning?
Yep, 5:42 a.m. Central Standard Time. Searches Megan Hoffman.
And then the next entry down?
At 5:52 a.m. on the 18th, searches and visits Megan Hoffman.
Next entry then on the 19th, a few hours later?
Yes, so it would be 12 p.m. Megan Hoffman.
So another search.
13:12, I'm sorry, so 1:12 p.m.
And then the final entry on this exhibit is what?
At 1:21 p.m. Central Standard Time on the 19th, he searched and visited Megan Hoffman.
Special Agent Moosman, in your training and experience in evaluating Facebook records and Facebook activity, what is this pattern of activity consistent with here in the, particularly on the 18th and 19th?
It's consistent with the Defendant Louisma visiting and searching for information from Megan Hoffman's profile or Iowa Miss. Well, no, that was the 18th, 19th. Sorry.
Would this be consistent with an individual checking to see whether there have been any updates or postings or information on Megan Hoffman's Facebook page?
Yes, potentially any information that would have been posted by Megan Hoffman.
Clarify after February 17th, well, after February 18th, you found no searches or visits for Melody Hoffman.
Correct. There was nothing after February 13th, I believe.
After February 13th?
Correct.
Okay, I think we're done with this exhibit, Your Honor. Now I'd like to show the witness State's Exhibit number 20C. Do you see State's Exhibit number 20C?
Yes, I do.
And what's depicted in State's Exhibit number 20C generally?
This is the screenshot of Defendant Louisma's Facebook page with that identifier as that vanity name as Kingzoe, KXNGZOE.
And was this screenshot taken from the defendant's active Facebook page as of approximately February 19th, 2024?
Yes, it was.
And how do you know that that this was his active Facebook profile page at that time?
It's also consistent with the time when I viewed it after that. So it was a profile that was taken at that time through the preservations and stuff. We can see the same pictures and everything.
So through the preservation that was done with Facebook and through your own observations, you're able to confirm that this is what the defendant's Facebook profile was as of February 18th?
Yes, that's consistent with that information.
Is this a fair and accurate depiction of the defendant's Facebook profile page and of the items contained therein?
Yes.
Move to enter State's Exhibit number 20C, Your Honor.
Objection to 20C.
Objection.
Objection is overruled for the reasons previously stated. 20C is admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
20C is published.
Looking at State's Exhibit 20C here, Special Agent Moosman, did this assist you in being able to confirm and identify that the Facebook page account titled KXNGZOE was indeed that of the defendant, McKinley Louisma?
Yes, it corroborates information with a photograph on the profile here of Mr. Louisma, the information about where he lived and the relationship of who he was in a relationship with.
And that was going to be my next status. Through this Facebook profile, you're able to observe relationship status information.
Current, yes.
So is this information, this relationship status information, then that which existed again at the time this Facebook account was preserved on or about February 18th, 2024?
That is correct.
Are you also able to obtain information from the Facebook profile page in terms of what's been used as a cover photo for the defendant?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and does that include a date when a cover photo is updated?
Yes, it does.
What does it involve to update a cover photo? What does a user have to do?
They have to go in and manually select a photo to upload.
Does that involve going into the settings function or?
Yes, through that are photos.
And then as a result, would the user be able to select a photo, update it, enter it, and then it becomes the cover photo?
Correct. So cover photo is typically what you would see up top here. It's kind of cut off there, where it's usually a little bit larger on the view if you're viewing it on a web service.
And this cover photo, when was it updated? What date and time?
February 16th at 4:30 p.m. That was also consistent with the records we received from Facebook or Meta that showed that is when that photo was uploaded.
Special Agent Moosman, are you familiar with the person or that's depicted here in the cover photo?
Yes, it's Jason Voorhees from the horror franchise Friday the 13th.
Okay. And generally, what is the Friday the 13th movies? What are they about?
Overruled.
Friday the 13th is a horror movie with Mr. Voorhees as the main subject, who stalks and kills people around Crystal Lake, generally using a machete.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
We're at the 12 o'clock hour, so we're going to go ahead and recess for lunch. Jurors will be in recess until 1:30. Remember the admonition and have a good lunch. We'll see you back soon. can all be seated. All right, we're back on the record in FECR 153477. Agent Moosman, you're still under oath. Counsel, you can continue your direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Special Agent Moosman, before our lunch break, we had just presented and discussed State's Exhibit number 20C. Remember that?
Yes.
Now I'd like to show to you, for identification purposes, State's Exhibit number 20D. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize State's Exhibit number 20D?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
It is a unified message string between Melody's Instagram account, Melaroni_03, and a subject with the handle King_Leo_legend.
And when did that conversation take place?
On February 17th, late hours of February 17th, 2024.
At what time?
It'd be about 8:57 p.m. On the 17th.
And you said this conversation was between Melody and another individual. Did you do any kind of investigation into that individual?
Not specifically, other than to just kind of see that the conversation between them, they had been friendly back and forth a little bit through conversation.
In this conversation, is Melody Hoffman expressing some potential feelings towards this person and general state of mind at that time?
Yeah, she asks about a relationship. And then towards the end, one of the last conversations, she relates her feelings about wanting to be loved.
Is that a fair and accurate copy of that conversation?
Yes, it is.
Move to enter State's number 20D.
Any objection to 20D?
That's D like dog, correct?
Yes.
Thank you, no objection.
Exhibit 20D is admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
20D is published.
So Special Agent Moosman, this is, again, what you referred to in your description, a conversation between Melody Hoffman on Instagram and then another individual named King Leo Legend, right?
That is correct.
Okay, so then as the conversation begins there at approximately 8:57 p.m. on February 17th, 2024, what does Melody say to this person?
I thought you wanted a relationship with me, but I guess not.
And then a few seconds later, what does she say?
You said that I could come to NYC.
And does this King Leo Legend account respond then, about a minute and a half, minute and 20 seconds later?
Yes, with the word friendship.
And then within a few seconds, how does Melody respond?
Whatever, with a facial emoji.
And about 10 seconds later, what is the response by King Leo Legend?
You okay?
And then how does Melody respond then about 7 seconds later?
Nope.
And then the final message on this exhibit then is sent by Melody just about a minute or so later. What does that say?
I just want a fucking person who actually fucking loves me besides my fam.
Thank you, Your Honor. We can take that down. Your Honor, may we approach?
You may.
That's all I have for this witness for now, Your Honor.
Cross?
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
When you began your testimony, Agent, did you testify that you were able to find an Instagram account for our client?
We did not initially find an Instagram account related to him. It was through review of Melody's Instagram account, which is where that _spades conversation comes in, where she refers to him as Bubby and then Ken.
And it's that Instagram account, the Spades one, that your investigation linked back to McKinley, is that correct?
Correct. It contains the same profile photo as the Facebook.
May I have State's Exhibit 20D that we just were looking at?
Tell me when you're ready.
Agent, you just testified that this is an exchange where Melody is talking about frustration with the relationship. Is that true?
Yes, with the relationship.
And you also just told me that the Instagram account that belonged to my client involved Spades. Is that correct?
Yes, it's a different handle. It's a different user.
Okay. So you would agree that King Leo Legend is not my client's Instagram page?
I don't have anything that shows that it is his page. Correct. You are correct.
So State's Exhibit 20D is actually showing a conversation between Melody and another person?
That's what we believe to be, yes.
And there's a reference in that about her wanting to come to NYC. Presumably that's New York City, right?
That's what I took it to be, yes.
Did you do any additional investigation to determine who King_Leo_Legend is?
No further, no.
Those are all our questions. Thank you.
Redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. The state can call its next witness.
State calls Jeff Holst.
Please raise your right hand.
Yes.
Do you swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If you would please start by stating and spelling your full name for the record.
Sure. It's Jeff, Jeff Holst, Holst.
Thank you. Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Jeff.
Hi.
All right, let's ask a little bit about your background like we've been doing with everybody else here. First of all, what is your occupation?
I'm a police investigator with the Cedar Rapids Police Department.
And how long have you been an investigator with the Cedar Rapids Police Department?
I started employed to the police department in 2005 as a patrol officer, and then I transitioned to the investigative division in 2011. And I apologize, I have a sinus infection today, so my voice is kind of off.
Okay, if you need to move the microphone closer, that's
Sure. Yeah,
fine
is that
with all
better?
of us.
Okay.
Okay, so you started with the police department in 2005, became an investigator in 2011,
That's correct.
and you still hold the assignment as investigator to this day.
Yes.
Let's talk a little bit more about your background here. How did you become certified as a peace officer in the state of Iowa?
I attended the Cedar Rapids Law Enforcement Academy. It's a local academy that's associated with the Iowa State Law Enforcement Academy.
And then you graduated from that in 2005?
Yes, I did.
What was your educational background?
Prior to that, I was a paramedic, so I worked for as a paramedic for about 5 years.
Have you had any particular specialization in the area of investigations here in the last few years?
Yeah, so when I went to investigations, I primarily worked sex crimes cases, and in the sex crimes unit investigates child sexual abuse, serious injuries to infants and children, and death investigations for infants and children. So I did that for about 6 years, and then around 2017 I transitioned to what's called the Iowa Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force, and we usually refer to that as ICAC. The Iowa Task Force is part of a nationwide task force. It is part of a nationwide task force, and so we investigate computer crimes that involve children, and typically that involves looking at mobile devices and computers. Can you hear me okay? I know there's some feedback over there.
I think we got it figured out.
Okay, just making sure.
Okay, so the ICAC, the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force, did you receive any specific training in order to operate in that capacity?
Yes, so my role on the task force is as a certified forensic computer examiner. And so there's investigators and there's examiners. The investigators do interviews, they follow up on leads. And as an examiner, what I do is I look at the electronic devices and try to find digital evidence. That training involves lots of different training over a 2-year period. Some of it was through the National White Collar Crime Association, the National White Collar Crime Center. But the majority of it was through an organization called the International Association of Computer Investigative Specialists. And so through that, there's a certification process that you do in order to, basically learn how to examine digital items in a sound way, in a way that we can take to court and is based on factual best practice across the country.
So through this training, through the DOJ's National White Collar Crime Center and the International Association of Computer Investigative Specialists, you were able to earn a certification, right?
Yes, and you maintain that certification just like anything else. Every few years, or every 3 years, you recertify, and in order to do that, you have to take a test. But you also have to work a certain number of cases, and then also continuing education hours. So it's a lot like being a nurse or a doctor, lawyer, anything like that. You just do continuing ed.
And does that certification then make you a certified forensic computer examiner?
Yes, it does.
What do you do for the Cedar Rapids Police Department as an investigator and also for the Internet Crimes Against Children's Task Force as a certified forensic computer examiner?
Well, my primary role is to find digital evidence, and so kind of the give and take of it is that Cedar Rapids allows me to be on the task force, and in return for that, the grant money from the DOJ pays for my training, my education, my equipment. And so, although I primarily work on child exploitation cases, when there's other cases that are high-level felonies like a homicide, robbery, some drug cases, I participate in the examinations of devices for those cases too. So that's the give and take. That's what Cedar Rapids gets out of it is, a person that's trained in that, which is pretty expensive, and the task force gets a body. And so that's kind of the give and take. Works for everybody.
As part of that give and take, then, even though you're employed as a Cedar Rapids police investigator with all these certifications, as part of that give and take, do you often have to do some examinations at the request of other law enforcement agencies?
Yes, our jurisdiction is statewide. Many of the examiners are centralized in Des Moines right now, but I'm on the eastern side. And so we get cases from all sorts of agencies, small agencies, big agencies. We do all sorts of different cases, and it's a good way to meet different people and see how different agencies investigate things, because there is a variation amongst them. But we do get a lot of devices from the metro area here, so Marion Police Department, Hiawatha Police Department, Mount Vernon, Lisbon, that sort of thing.
Have you found, since you obtained this certification as a computer certified forensic computer examiner, that there has been an increase in the requests for forensic examination of electronic devices in the area of criminal justice?
Yes, I mean, I imagine we all have a phone in our pocket or in our coat somewhere. So yes, it's a huge volume of phones. It used to be we were looking at computers. Now it's almost entirely phones, because even people that used to do illegal activities on computers, the phones are so advanced that they don't need a computer anymore.
In other words, you're a very popular guy.
Well, that's a nice way to say it, yes. Thank you.
How did you become involved in the case of the homicide of Melody Hoffman?
I was contacted by the Marion Police Department in February of 2024, and they asked if I could take a look at some phones that they had regarding this case.
Specifically, were you requested to conduct your forensic examination of the phones of McKinley Louisma, the defendant in this case, and Dakota Van Patten?
Yes, that's correct.
Can you tell us about the process involved here, how you perform the extraction and the processing of data from these devices generally, and how you did in this case?
Sure. So there's 3 basic steps, and of course, you know, I would bore all of you if I explained all of it in detail, but the 3 basic steps are: you do the extraction of information. Sometimes people refer to this as a phone dump, because you're dumping information out of the phone into a software program. The second step is we have to process all that information, because we don't look through the phone, at least initially, we don't look through the phone manually, because you can miss some information there. There's a lot of stuff going on in the background on your phone. And so we have to have software in the second step that parses all of that out for us and presents it in a readable way, in a way that we can navigate. So there's like a list of categories down the side, and we can look through the phone information that way. The third part is the analysis, and that's where my job kind of comes in a little bit more, because we have to be able to interpret what is going on the phone correctly. And so some things are easy. If it's a picture and somebody took the picture, that's easy. If it's a text message and somebody sent it, that's easy. But sometimes we have to look at other things and try to figure out what was going on with the phone, that sort of thing. So I do analysis on that side of it. So those are the 3 steps. We extract the data, we process the data, and then we analyze the data.
Okay, so there's the extraction, which is the phone dump. There's the processing of the data, and then you conduct your analysis. Is that right?
That's correct.
You mentioned that in order to perform the extraction part, or the phone dump part, it requires the use of some kind of software.
That's correct.
Right? Can you tell us what that software does?
Yes, so there's 2 main companies in the world that do software extractions on phones. And the reason for that is that if we have a passcode for a phone, we can oftentimes extract information pretty easily. If we don't have a passcode, it sometimes gets harder. So there's only 2 companies that really are in this business. One is Celebrate, which some people may have heard because that's been around a little bit longer. Another one is called Magnet Forensics, and they have a product called Gray Key. And both the Celebrate product and the Magnet Forensics product, the Gray Key, access devices and pull data off of them. And again, if you think of a phone as having 2 users, the person who's using it and then the operating system that's working in the background. So it pulls all of that. Otherwise, we could just look at the phone and go through it and see a portion of information, but we try to get all the information that we can.
So this software then extracts from the operating system as well?
Yes, there's 2 sides to most phones. There's the operating system side and there's the user side, and it extracts data from both of those sides. So you're getting a fuller picture when you do that sort of extraction. Now, some devices we can't get a full extraction, so it's kind of a tiered thing. You can get what's called a full file system extraction, which is kind of the gold standard, and then you can get a partial extraction, and then you can get several other ones that give you less and less data. And so we try to do a full file system extraction, and in this case, we were able to do that with the different phones.
So you're doing the full file data extraction here, and the software accesses the data. How does it decode the data in a way that makes it readable for you?
It puts it into a program that I use it's got categories down the side, so it'll have like media category, which has subcategories of videos, still shots, different things like that. It'll have internet browsing category. I mean, there's lots of categories, but the ones that we would be interested in would be like internet browsing, photos, text messages, Facebook messages, those sorts of things. So really, anybody can look at that program and easily navigate through it. I could give it to anybody in the room, and they could do that pretty easily. And then once data is identified as being important to the case, then I usually come in and I look at that data and I validate whether or not it is what it appears to be. Because sometimes with computers and phones, it's not what it appears to be. So it's very important, that we make sure that the data is valid.
So you described the process there where the data is decoded and then put into these categories, right? And so
Yes.
if you were looking at the download report, then are these categories going to be like on the side of the report there? Sometimes we see in a PDF, you can just tap on something and it goes right to that area.
Yes, yeah, there's a navigation on the left-hand side of all the categories, and when you click on that category, it'll display something in the middle, which is usually the content, and then if that content has several different pieces of content in it, you click on one of those and it displays further on the right side of the actual item. So for instance, a photo. You click on media, you click on photos, it lists all the photos for you. You click on an individual photo and it shows it to you in a bigger screen format on the right-hand side. And then it has all the information about that photo that it was able to decode. So information that you and I would know, like the time and date, that sort of thing. But it also has things called file paths and other metadata that isn't necessarily displayed to the user of the phone. Especially if you have like an iPhone, that stuff isn't displayed to the user. And so it's more information than we could get by just going through the phone.
Okay. So when you get to these categories of data, is there another term that these categories are referred to as?
Yes, so they've historically been called artifacts, which we used to be able to use in court because we'd say forensic artifacts, but I was told one time that, not by you, but I was told one time that some people don't believe in dinosaurs and things like that. So we kind of migrated away from artifacts because we used to use that as an analogy. What I like to use is an analogy of a puzzle. So each one of those artifacts is like a piece of a puzzle. If you think about a table puzzle that's kind of big, one that would take you quite a few days to do. One individual piece of the puzzle or artifact does not necessarily make a lot of sense. But as you put more pieces together, more artifacts together, then it starts to form a picture. And even if you don't have a complete puzzle, or you're not completely done with it, you can kind of see where it's going, or you can narrow it down. So that's what we use artifacts for. Yeah, I'll slow down, I'm sorry.
Within those artifacts, then, you mentioned earlier, you can access some information that's not readily available to the user, him or herself, who's looking at the phone, right?
That's correct.
And so that includes things like a timestamp, maybe a description of basically what's going on with the phone. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
When this data is collected through the software by use of Cellbrite or Magna Forensics, and then broken down into artifacts, is it done in a way that's naturally favorable or able for an investigator to use in a criminal investigation?
Yeah, it's designed for somebody with minimal familiarity with the product to look through it and identify things. And then, like I said, if something needs some clarification, then people like me come in and we look at it in more detail.
But the phone itself, is it designed to collect this information in a way that it can naturally be used for investigative purposes, or in a way that makes it easier to use?
It makes it easier to use. So the reason all of this data is collected is for two primary reasons. One is to enhance the user experience. So for instance, if it knows that I'm walking to my car, it might predict that because it knows where I parked my car. And so it might bring some data up that's ready when I get to my car, that sort of thing. And the other reason is for the manufacturer of the product to track the efficiency of it, like the battery efficiency, processor efficiency, that sort of thing. So none of it, so we're using it for a purpose that is different than its intended use. So sometimes there's some gaps in information or things can be misinterpreted because of that.
So is it a safe thing to say that a phone is made in a way that it would predict like where I'm going and tell me how far I have to go or what I may be doing, more so than letting you, Investigator Holst, solve crimes?
Yes, yeah, that's the intended purpose of it, is to make your life easier by using the product. And so it's not always something that we run into a lot of headaches because sometimes we want more information, but since it wasn't designed for that, we don't always have that information.
So you have to take the information that's kept in a phone that makes the user experience easier and more convenient, and use it in terms of developing critical information in an investigation.
Yes, that's a nice way of saying it.
Thank you. What kinds of digital artifacts did you extract and further process for your investigation in this case?
The primary ones that I focused on were location information, photos, and any kind of conversations that were associated with that. Like text messages, application messages, that sort of thing.
Did you also, as a part of that, does that include user activity at the time a phone's being accessed?
Yes, so that's kind of the back end side that we as users of our phones don't see. So it logs a lot of that activity, so it can give context to whatever it is that you're looking at. So if you see a picture, if you see a text message, the user activity can sometimes give context to why that was going on.
I'd like to present to you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 27 for identification purposes, which will pop up on that screen. Do you see that?
I do see that.
And this is a document that has 39 pages in it, right?
Let me see here. I don't see where it says the total number of pages, but if that is what you see on your screen, then I believe you. That sounds about right.
Can you tell us what this document is?
Yeah, so this is the document that I extracted out of or generated out of the software that we were talking about. So as I navigate around through the software, I identify information that may be important to the case, and then I can tag that information and push it out as like a PDF in this instance, so it's a little bit easier to handle because I couldn't bring my whole computer in to show you. It's easier to do it this way.
Can you explain what kind of categories of information were collected on this exhibit?
Yes, so if you scroll down just a tiny bit, you'll see it says details, and what it's referencing is the picture above it, which is a map picture. And so you'll see it says artifact information, which is the word that we talked about earlier. You see latitude, longitude, accuracy in meters, altitude in meters, timestamp, artifact type, which is relates to what you're scrolling, what I'm scrolling down on the left-hand side when I'm using the program. And then it has an item ID. Below that, it has something called evidence information. And this is the stuff that's more in my realm because, as you can see, it doesn't, to most of you, it might not make a whole lot of sense. But it has the source, which is the file path where the actual item is found on the device, the recovery method, indication as to whether it was deleted, a location actually on the table that it's in, and then the evidence number at the bottom, that's something that I generate when I do the case. So that's how I named this particular physical piece of evidence, the phone. And so it always has that down there.
And so these categories of information were these things that you collected from the phone of the defendant, McKinley Louisma?
Yes.
And were these categories of information collected with the intent of showing information regarding the location of the phone of Mr. Louisma and activity taking place at the time the phone was at that location?
Yes.
Are these records that you generate and keep as records in the regular course of business at the Cedar Rapids Police Department in your position as a ICAC investigator?
Yes.
And does this include the compilation of significant amounts of data that you gathered in a more readable format, in concise format, in order for you to be able to present and discuss as an exhibit in court and to explain to a jury?
Yes.
Move to enter State's Exhibits number 27.
Any objection to 27?
No, Your Honor.
Exhibit 27 is admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Exhibit 27 is published.
Okay, Investigator Holst, we're going to go through this exhibit.
Okay.
And just to clarify before we begin here, this exhibit contains samples of data that you extracted, that you interpreted, and that you put together, but doesn't have all the data, right?
That's correct. There's thousands of pieces of data in here, and in fact, you know, on an iPhone, a typical iPhone, you have more than 1 million pieces of data that are classified as artifacts. Some of them are not important to our case, but we try to pick a handful to kind of keep things simple.
So even though, you know, somebody might groan saying 39 pages, it could be a lot more.
Yeah, it was definitely a lot more when I went through it.
Let's go ahead and start here then, without further ado. I believe that we're just kind of on the first page right now. And just give us an indication of what we're looking at on this page and the information that you intended to collect and present.
Sure. So you can see where the pink road here is Interstate 380.
Sorry, I just want to interrupt you. There's a laser pointer up there.
Oh,
If you don't
yeah.
mind using that for us, and then
Sure.
just a little image.
Okay, so right here is Interstate 380, runs north and south, and then one of the cross streets is Tower Terrace Road, which recently had an exit built for it, so if that helps you guys understand a little bit better. And then where you see the plot pin, that is a trailer park. It's located, I believe, in the Hiawatha city limits. And so where you see these red pins is where I'm specifically talking about. I try to have the map be big enough that you can see reference points, but then also small enough that you can see where the pin is.
What's the pin represent?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
What's the pin represent? Location of?
The device.
The device.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay. And then as we scroll down here just a little bit more, we've got the artifact information here. What does this tell us?
As you go through this, you'll see that it's the same repeating pattern of, you know, latitude, longitude, but the most important thing is the timestamp, because that's what's most useful about it. So you want to look at the map and the timestamp. Those are the most useful things for an investigation.
And what does the timestamp say here?
Yeah, this timestamp says February 17th, 2024, 8:28:29 p.m., and that's adjusted for local time.
And what does it mean when it states under artifact type cached locations?
The cached locations is an area that the system on the phone uses. It's not a user area of the phone. So the user wouldn't be able to see this area, but the phone leaves it there. And whenever you see the word cached, just think of temporary, because it doesn't live there forever. It's not like a photo you take of your kids. This will get purged at some point as the user uses the phone.
Moving on, we have some source information, recovery method, deleted source, those type of things. Just tell us what it is on this particular page so we kind of know moving forward what it indicates in others.
Yeah, so this is the stuff that I referenced earlier. I apologize. I thought the jury could see the screen. This is the stuff I referenced earlier that's more for my benefit, and the reason for that is the source, which looks like a link. It's got the blue. I guess I can use my pointer. The source right here, that tells me as an examiner where that actual information was found on the device. And so think of a folder on your computer, a folder on your phone. That's where it's at. The recovery method is parsing. That's kind of a technical term. There's parsing and there is carving. And in this case, parsing is what was used. All of this data is being presented in a user-friendly way, but most of it's contained in some type of file. The most common type of file is called an SQLite database. And so it's just a database file, and it has tables and columns in it. And so that's why when it says location, it has a table, and then it has the table name, and then it has an actual location of it. So even though that looks like it doesn't mean much, to a person like me, it allows me to go straight to that location and verify that the software is interpreting it correctly, because it has to interpret it. And an example, real quick, is the time and date. When you go to that database, the time and date does not get displayed like it is on the screen. The time and date is in seconds since a particular date. So, for instance, Apple uses Apple Absolute Time, which is the number of seconds since January 1st, 2001, I believe. So that's the raw data that the software is helping decode, because if I had to do that, it would take forever. So that's how this stuff gets here. But it's also why you need to check it, because sometimes that's wrong. And so you always have to look at things in context of the case. I guess that's the most important thing.
Great. And then the evidence number here, does that indicate the phone?
Yeah, it's a tracking number, and I referenced a gray key earlier. You see the G and the K. That just helps me remember what I did. You see FFS, that's full file system, and so that helps me look at this and say immediately I know exactly what kind of extraction this was if I need my memory to be jogged.
And in this case, it's a full file system.
That's correct.
And the phone here, does that just indicate the type of phone here that Mr. Louisma had?
Yes.
All right, now that we know kind of what some of those details mean here, let's go to the next location that you charted out here. What do we see here?
This is the Walmart on the west side of Cedar Rapids. And so I picked this because it was, I get investigative files from the investigators and I read through them to try to understand the case as best as I can. And so I picked this file because it was my understanding that part of the investigation may have determined that there was travel to this area. And so I thought it was pertinent.
What time did the phone show that was located at the Walmart on the southwest side?
This shows 9:50 p.m. on February 17th.
And Investigator Holst, if there's anything that, as I scroll here, you want me to stop and point out, please let me know, okay?
Sure, yeah, the most important things are just the time and then obviously the map itself. The rest of it, if I started explaining it to you every time, would probably get pretty boring.
Okay, all right. So we got some more information here. What are we seeing here?
So I put this in here because even though there's no map, it's an event that occurred around the same time. And so you'll see the 9:50 time that I'm using my laser on. 9:50 was about the time of the arrival at Walmart. If people have an iPhone or even an Android phone, you'll know that oftentimes it counts your steps. It's got a pedometer inside of it, kind of an advanced one. And what Apple does is it doesn't just count your total number of steps for the day. So, yes, you get 10,000 steps, that's great. But what it also tries to do is look at those steps in context and identify trips that you made. And so, it tries to learn your behavior and figure out, hey, this person didn't just pace across the floor 10 times. They actually walked somewhere and they came back. And so this indicates that there was 547 steps taken beginning at 9:50 p.m. and ending around 10 p.m. And if you go down to the next one, you'll see this kind of pairs up. Okay, so you see the start date is 10 p.m., the end date is 10:08, and it's roughly the same amount of steps as 526. So that's what I say is, we look at different information and match it up in context to make sure that what we're seeing is what we think we see. Because sometimes, there's errors in this kind of stuff. Apple may have made an error with that step. So if this said, 2 steps, I would look at it and say, well, that's not very reliable data. But when I see that the steps generally match up, it seems more reliable.
So we've got, to this point in time, 2 different walking or moving type events here. And to clarify, these are both taking place at the location of the Walmart?
That's correct.
Kind of a in and out kind of a thing.
Yeah, that's the simple way to look at it.
Moving down to our next location, was there anything else about this that you wanted to point out?
No.
Okay, moving down to our next location, we see the phone being in the vicinity of Lindale Mall. So what are you intending to depict here?
So this is after the Walmart location, and what I was trying to show here is I saw other data points that indicated that there was travel along Collins Road in Northeast Cedar Rapids, and so I picked this point as the next time because again I didn't want to have instead of 39 slides we could have had 139 slides. So I tried to keep it concise, and this time happens to be 11:18 p.m. So it's sometime after Walmart, but it just gives you an idea of where this device was saying that it was at that time.
So at 11:18 p.m. the device is then on Highway 100.
Yes, it's on Highway 100, also called Collins Road, near Lindale Mall.
We're moving to the next location here, and what are we depicting as far as the location in this next artifact?
So where I'm pointing here with the laser is Highway 100 in Marion. If you think about it, you're going to have the intersection of Lindale Mall and Highway 100. You continue east into East Post Road. Most people know what East Post Road is, and that's a location that it is showing that the device was near.
And what time is that at?
11:22 p.m. on the 17th.
And so this is the intersection of East Post Road and Highway 100. Are you familiar with that area?
That's correct. And I think in Marion, I want to say it's South 11th Street, but I don't work in Marion, so I might have that off a little bit.
The next location here, noted. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so the reason I picked this was because it was my understanding that this may have been where the victim in this case may have been staying or frequented, and so I thought that would be important.
So you marked this location because it was consistent with the information and investigation of where Melody Hoffman lived?
Yes.
And then at what time do you have Mr. Louisma's device in that area?
This is 11:24 p.m.
And again, stop me if you want to point out something about the rest of the information. I'm just going to keep moving along, okay?
Sure.
So the next location you have marked here, tell us about that.
This just shows that the device, sorry about that. The device has moved a little bit. It's moving towards East Post Road, and in the next, as you go down, you'll see it go south.
And at what time is it moving south from that location that you previously noted to be consistent with Melody Hoffman's residence?
11:28 p.m.
Then you've charted another location for us here. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so the data shows that the device is moving westbound on Highway 100, approaching First Avenue, which would be backed by the Lindale Mall area.
And at what time is the device in that area?
11:29 p.m. on the 17th.
Moving along, we have another location here for the device that you noted, and where is that?
That's on Collins Road Northeast near Knoll Ridge Park, just east of Interstate 380, and it's traveling westbound in this case.
And at what time is it in the area of Knoll Ridge Park and Collins Road?
11:34 p.m.
So what we're seeing is movement of the phone consistent with it moving westbound on Highway 100/Collins Road.
Yes, and it's important to understand that there are so many of these locations noted on the phone because the phone's trying to make your experience better, that these are just a few, but it tracks it. You can, if you see the whole map, you can actually see it tracking. So even though these are spaced apart a little bit, there's tons of them in between that really show the picture. So that's kind of the backstory as to how I'm doing this.
Okay. The next location, tell us what you're noting there.
So this is Collins Road or Highway 100 westbound. and is the off-ramp to Edgewood Road Northeast in Cedar Rapids. And I thought this location was important because I had learned some information about the investigation that noted that, that a phone was located in this location.
But at this point in time, where do you see that, Mr. Louisma's device?
At 11:37 p.m.
Moving along to the next location, what are you intending to depict here?
This is southbound on Edgewood Road Northeast, approaching the Cedar River, so the Edgewood Road Bridge.
And at what time is the device moving southbound on Edgewood Road near the Cedar River?
11:39 p.m.
Moving along then to the next location that you've charted for us, where is this?
I skipped ahead a little bit because, again, there was just a whole bunch of marks on Edgewood Road, and that would get a little bit cumbersome. This is notable because, according to the investigative reports that I received, investigators had gone to Morgan Creek Park and conducted an investigation there, and I found that the device was showing that it was there at a particular time.
Is this location consistent with being inside Morgan Creek Park near the parking area with a pavilion nearby?
Yes, and you know, not too many years ago, this wouldn't be as accurate, but in this case, you know, it's a fairly accurate representation of where it's at. So it really does know whether or not you're in the parking lot versus an adjacent road. Most of us remember in the old days, you know, it would show you on the road, but you're actually way over here. It's not like that anymore, so this was pretty notable.
Okay. And at what time was Mr. Louisma's device in that aforementioned area of Morgan Creek Park?
We've transitioned into 2/18, so February 18th at 12:09 a.m.
Or to the next location, it appears that the device is still in the vicinity of Morgan Creek Park, is that right?
Yes, I zoomed out a little bit here to give, you know, some knowledge of the area, just so you can see, you know, some landmarks.
And is this approximately the same time as the last noted location?
Yeah, this is 12:09 a.m. on the 18th.
And what are you intending to depict here in the next mapped image?
Now, this will kind of go into the map below it. So if you can note the time, it's still at Morgan Creek Park. And if you can note the time, it's 12:26. So we've moved from 12:09 a.m. to 12:26 a.m. So they've been there for some, or whoever is in, you know, with the device has been there for some time.
So by my math, then, for about 17 minutes or so.
That sounds right. I wasn't very good with math, so I don't know.
A lot of math today. Moving along then to the next location, it looks like you've recorded for us some more of that health data, is that right?
Yes, this is just like the Walmart thing that I did to try to show you that, okay, now we know that the device arrived somewhere around 12:09 and stayed there till 12:26-ish. And the steps that Apple Health noted started around 12:09 and went to 12:19, and the number of steps taken was 28. So a lot less than the Walmart trip, but considering this device is at a park, there's not as much space to move around in a parking lot.
So from 12:09 to 12:19, approximately 10 minutes, this indicates while in possession of the phone at least, the individual took approximately 28 steps.
Yes, and it's fairly accurate because, again, just like the location data, Apple has really fine-tuned their software, even just since 2018, to know, like, whether you're running, whether you're walking, that type of thing. So it's fairly accurate, I found, just over time looking at different cases.
Can you tell by this information that you accessed whether there was walking or running going on?
No, what I like to do is I like to compare, there's corresponding data here that shows the length that they went, and you'll see that later. This particular one, I didn't include the distance that they went. But you can compare the number of steps to the distance and kind of use common sense and say, well, do you think they're running? Do you think they're walking? That type of thing.
Okay. We have some more health data information here from 12:19 to 12:28, so a 9-minute period there. What did you note about that here in this entry?
Well, again, this kind of, the end date or the end time, 12:28, it's close to the 12:26 that we showed that the car or the vehicle or whoever, where the phone was at, was still in that area of Morgan Creek Park. And then, of course, there's 29 steps, which coincides with the previous slide. So, again, we try to match those things up to make sure that we're not misinterpreting data.
And so the two groups of data here you just talked about for approximately the same time period here, is that consistent with, among other scenarios, of walking to a location and walking back to original location?
Yes, it is, and that's why Apple logged it as two separate things. So, I mean, you know, they're a lot smarter than we are, their engineers are, and they're able to see that, and the phone detects that sort of thing. It's not perfect, but when you see numbers like this, it seems to make sense.
Moving on to the next entry here, you recorded another location. Can you tell us about that?
Yes, I think there might be one of these slides that's a little bit out of order. Can you scroll down to the next one and just see if this happens to be the one? Yeah, this is the one that I put out of order. I apologize. Okay. So this slide shows that they're moving northbound on Edgewood Road Northeast, approaching the Cedar River. And then the previous slide that you just showed me shows them back on Collins Road or Highway 100 going eastbound. And when I say them, I'm talking about the device. It's always important to know that we're just talking about a device at this point. Understood.
So even though we're kind of out of order here, since we want to keep scrolling in the same direction, we'll tackle this here. What does this show in terms of where the device is located? When the device is located on Collins Road going east, at what time is that?
That time is 12:44 a.m. and it's near Knowledge Park, which is, you know, a reference point that I used earlier too.
And then going back in time, I guess here, we have the location noted going back north on Edgewood Road, is that right?
Yes, this was prior to them getting on 100 and going east.
And at what time are they back heading northbound, or the device heading northbound on Edgewood Road?
12:37 a.m.
So we're only about 9 minutes or so off from leaving Morgan Creek Park.
Yes, that sounds right.
The next location you charted here, can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so I skipped ahead a little bit because, again, there's lots of movements with a device like this. This is movement that is actually going through Marion. It's just to indicate that the device eventually made it to Marion and then was going back towards Cedar Rapids from Marion. But instead of being on Highway 100, it's closer to Marion Boulevard, which would be, I believe, 7th Avenue in Marion. So you would go past Zoe's, you go past the Marion Square, all that kind of stuff, and then you'd eventually get to Cedar Rapids.
So at this point in time, the device had moved back into Marion from Highway 100, and now it's coming back out?
I believe so, yes. And if the next slide shows something different, I'll have to rephrase what I just said, but I'm just trying to go off memory here. So,
what time does this show the device in that area of Marion Boulevard / 7th Avenue near Highway 100?
It's 1:22 a.m.
So you didn't necessarily chart for us the activity that happened inside Marion before it came back out. You're just showing the device coming back out of Marion.
Yes, that's correct. I figured the investigators probably knew better what was going on potentially in Marion at that time than I do, because I don't know all the facts of this case. I'm primarily looking at the data and trying to match it up to kind of an outline of the case.
The next location you've charted here, can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so I picked this again because it's a common reference point. It's Knoll Ridge Park. Is to the south, and the device is traveling westbound on Collins Road.
And what time is that device traveling back westbound on Collins Road?
This is 1:25 a.m. on the 18th of February.
the next location you've charted for us here is, can you tell us about that?
This is Edgewood Road, southwest, near Glass Road. And it's notable that when they were on 100, Highway 100, the only way to get to Edgewood Road would be to exit at Edgewood Road, which is where another device was found. So that's the second time that this particular device has been in that area, and then it traveled south towards Glass Road.
You mentioned earlier Edgewood Road southwest, but this appears to be northeast, right?
Yes, I'm sorry. In this particular part, it's northeast because it's by Glass Road.
And
that's
at what
at,
time is that device in that location?
That's at 1:30 a.m.
Then you charted another location for us here in this next entry. What are you depicting here?
This is closer to the intersection of Edgewood Road and 16th Avenue Southwest.
At what time is the device noted to be in that location?
1:37 a.m.
Now we jumped ahead a little bit more here. Where is the device then depicted at this juncture of your report?
So this is near Walford, off of Highway 151, moving southwest or west.
And what time is it moving in that direction?
2:02 a.m.
Is this consistent with the vehicle then traveling southbound on Edgewood Road and then hooking up with Highway 151 to go south?
Yes, I mean I've done that tons of times, and this is the route that I would take if I was going to Walford.
At what time is that in Walford? I don't know. I think we already covered that, but
We did cover that, but it's 2:02 in the morning, 2:02 a.m.
now you've noted here another location for the phone. Can you tell us about that?
So this location, I zoomed in a little bit. It's the Lily Pond near the Amana Colonies, and I knew that that was significant simply because my understanding was the victim's body was found here.
At what time did you note the phone's location being at Lily Pond?
This shows 2:15 a.m.
Now it looks like we have some more information here on health data. Is that right?
Yes, you've probably caught on to my pattern by now. This is going to be 2 slides of health steps. Steps out, steps back is what I'm interpreting it as, simply because that's the way Apple tracks it as. And so these are 320 steps were noted, starting at 2:15 and ending at 2:23.
So this indicates then that the phone, if we're in the possession of a person at that time, would be moving in 320 steps at this time, and those steps were recorded in the phone to be 8 minutes in duration.
That's correct, and there's a distance associated with this too, but I believe other investigators were able to document that in other parts of the case.
That's what you left up to the other investigators, is that sort of
Yes,
thing?
yes.
And you said there was a second set, so the first set is 320 steps, is that right?
That's correct.
And the second set of health steps, tell us about that.
Second set is 251, which is fewer steps. It occurs at 2:25 to 2:34 a.m.
And in your experience then, interpreting this data, noting that the distance would be approximately the same between this entry and the last entry, what does the lesser amount of steps correlate with among other options?
That would indicate the device is moving faster because the distance has not changed, but the steps have reduced, and so the stride has to be longer.
And we have a location here noted in this next entry. Can you tell where this is?
Yes, this is close to Highway 151, and in this case, they're traveling northbound, approaching Walford up in the top part of the map. I just used that as a reference so people understood.
And at what time is the device heading back northbound to outside of Walford there?
2:37 a.m.
And what are we depicting here in the next location of the phone?
And just showing that it passed through Walford and continued northeast on Highway 151.
As it passes through Walford, what time is noted as the when the device is in that location?
2:44 a.m.
This looks like a familiar location that you've noted before.
Yes, Edgewood Road, northeast, just north of the Cedar River, and I believe that was just a few minutes later than the other slide.
And that was noted to be at approximately what time?
3:07 a.m.
Now you've noted another location here. What's this?
The device is moving eastbound again on Collins Road northeast near Norwich Park.
And at what time is the device moving eastbound near Norwich Park?
I'm short, so can you scroll up one? There we go. 3:13 a.m.
There's another location here noted. What are you noting here?
So this is C Avenue northeast, and if it would be from Collins Road northeast, so you're going north.
At what time is the device noted to be heading north on C Avenue Northeast from Blairsbury Road?
3:32 a.m. and there were other movements in this northeast side of Cedar Rapids, but I believe other investigators documented those with other evidence. So I just skipped ahead to this part.
When you talk about that, you're talking about the video surveillance from traffic cameras, things like that.
Yes.
So you're not including every location. You're just giving us more information on where the device was.
That's correct, and I also compare the times too, because you'll get locations on these devices that don't make any sense. You know, you'll see that they're moving at a certain trajectory, and then you'll get one that's really off, and that can happen for a number of reasons. It's not that the device is making a mistake, but I think it's important to note, since we've been going through all this, that the device uses different strategies to determine location. And sometimes that is at the app that they're using wants to pull from a different type of location information. Other times it's because the device isn't able to get the highest quality location information. So an example would be if you're downtown in Cedar Rapids with taller buildings, you may be in a situation where you can't get your GPS data very well. Anybody that has satellite radio has probably experienced that, where it cuts out. And so then there's good, better, and best location information. So the best would get knocked off, and you'd have to do the better. And then if that's not available, you have to do good. So sometimes we get location data that is just off a little bit from the trajectory. The other times that can happen sometimes is, let's say that you live in Marion, and you pulled up your weather app in Marion, and then you traveled to Iowa City, and you pulled that app up again. Oftentimes you'll see on your screen that it switches, it'll still say Marion, and then it switches to Iowa City because it updates your location. In that instance, you can sometimes get a hit to show that they were located in Marion at that time. But again, if you match it up to the context of all the other case facts, you'll know whether that's accurate or not. Does that make sense?
Makes sense to me.
Hopefully.
So what you just explained then is just kind of how locations are updated on the phone.
Yes, and so that's why I picked these, is because these I know for sure we're traveling along a predictable and a consistent trajectory.
I think we left off, had just talked about this particular location, C Avenue Northeast, from Blairsbury Road. And so it looks like, moving on, you've included something a little different in here. Can you tell us what you intended to depict here?
Yes, so the next slide will explain this a little bit better, but I was contacted by the Marion Police Department and asked to follow up on a picture that was located on a different device than the one we've been talking about. It was a Nord 200, I believe, Android device, and that was reportedly belonging to Dakota Van Patten, I believe is how you pronounce his name. And they said, hey, we see this picture, and of course as investigators in Marion, they understand this picture better than I do, because I have no idea where this picture is at. They said, hey, we have this picture, but we don't have location data on the picture, but we believe that it's a certain apartment. Can you see if there's any evidence on the device to match that up? And so this picture, if we can scroll down and note the time, you can see some garages there. The time is 3:36 a.m. on February 18th. That's the last modified time. Those times above that, those are not valid times. That's similar to the Apple absolute time we talked about earlier, a number of seconds since a certain date. This happens to be Unix time, which is a different operating system, and it's the number of seconds since January 1st, 1970. The reason that you see a date of December 31st, 1969 at 6 p.m. is because it adjusts to local time, which is 6 hours behind. So that's why you see those things. So again, this is why you can't take anything at face value, because if you didn't have the modified date, you would immediately know that that doesn't make any sense. You know, cell phones weren't invented in 1969.
Appreciate that, because
But-
that does seem a little bit out of order, doesn't it?
Yes, but remember the time here. That's because that's important. 3:36 a.m.
So, in essence then, are you telling us based on your training experience, although the date of December 31st, 1969 helps provide an accurate time for tracking on this device, in other words, it should be disregarded? Is it any kind of time permit in this case?
Yes, it is. And it's important to note that that time is not actually inside the database table that I talked about. What's in that database table is no data at all. And so my software interprets that as, well, there's no data, so it must start at 0. And 0 happens to be January 1st, 1970, or adjusted December 31st, 1969. So if you looked at the raw data, instead of saying there's, 237,000, 538 seconds, it would say 0. And so it just doesn't, it's not logging the created time and the last access time in this case. It's only doing one timestamp. And again, that's because the purpose of this is for the operating system's benefit. It's not for our benefit. We're just using it for that. So we know that the modified timestamp is reliable, but we know based on common sense that the other one isn't. And I actually went to the database and looked manually, which is called validation in forensics, and I found that it was 0 in the database. And so I confirmed that that's why that shows 12/31/69, because it's actually 0 and the software interprets it differently.
Does this come from Mr. Louisma's device or Mr. Van Patten's?
This picture comes from Van Patten's, which is why you see this change, because you noticed on the other slides probably that we didn't see this 1969 thing. This is on an Android device, and it's a picture taken on an Android device, and so it is applying a different mechanism to a timestamp than the Apple device does.
And so where does this time come from then, 3:36?
That comes from the device's time, which is typically set by the cell phone provider. If you turned your cell phone off, it still has an internal counter, but it's not as accurate. So the time on here would be the time on that person's phone, and unless you manually change your time on your phone, it's going to be whatever the system or network time is.
Does that show that this picture was last modified or accessed on that phone at 3:36 a.m.?
Yes, the file system wrote that picture at 3:36 a.m. Some devices add extra data called EXIF data or metadata that will be more precise. They'll have location information and other times. So sometimes you get 2 timestamps from 2 different buckets. In this case, you just have one bucket, and it's the file system bucket, and it's 3:36 a.m.
Does that mean, and is that consistent in your analysis of when that picture was taken?
Yes.
And what can you tell us, if anything, about the picture itself as far as the location that was taken?
When Marion contacted me, they pointed out that there's garages there, and I've lived, when I was younger, I lived in an apartment, and I had garages like that. It's a set of detached garages, and those are typically close to apartments. So that kind of made sense to me when I heard them say that. And then you see what appears to be a speedometer and maybe a tack also on there. And so it looks like whoever's taking the picture is taking it from inside a vehicle out the front windshield, and it's showing these garages. It's also dark out, so that gives credibility to the timestamp. Certainly it's not during the day. And then the path for this photo, the file path, is related to Snapchat, the Snapchat app.
So is this consistent with a Snapchat photo being taken on the OnePlus Nord device at approximately 3:36 a.m.?
Yes, and that doesn't necessarily mean that it was sent. It just means that Snapchat was using the camera at that time, and it may have been sent to somebody, or it may have just captured that particular view. Because if you open Snapchat, I just recently got it because I recently got Snapchat because my family uses it, and whenever I open Snapchat, it shows a picture of me. You know, the camera's facing at you, and it's kind of a reminder of how old you are sometimes. But where I'm going with that is that when you open up the Snapchat app, it immediately activates the camera, which is not like other apps. Most other apps don't do that. But it usually activates the front-facing camera. So since this is pointing out, it tells me that either the user activated the rear camera or they turned the phone in an unnatural way. So the front-facing camera is facing outside of the car.
And what information do you have about this photograph, where it was taken, other than what was told to you by Marion Police?
I tried to see if there was location data that would match up to this timestamp. And the reason this timestamp or this location is interesting is because the Marion Police Department indicated to me that they believed that the defendants in this case went to an apartment complex, and knowing Marion like they do, they actually identified this complex as an apartment complex they're familiar with. So they thought it was a particular location, and then I used the location data to confirm that yes, that's the location that this picture was taken.
Was that location confirmed as the Azure Apartments on Bentley Drive?
Yes, and oftentimes we just say the Bentley Road Apartments, so I'm glad you said that because I was struggling to remember what the actual official name was.
Next location, where did you, what are you noting as the next location of the Louisma phone?
So this is the beauty of technology. This is one's out of order a little bit too. If you scroll down to the next one, you'll see the entrance to the Bentley Drive Apartments. So just scroll down to that one, and there you go.
Thank you.
Okay, and if you scroll down a little bit more, you'll see the time stamp, 3:36 a.m. Same timestamp as the picture that was on a separate device. So that's important to understand. It's a separate device, but they're matching up.
And this is the Azure Apartments, or what you know as the Bentley Drive Apartments?
Yes, and that's the entrance to them, which is the angle that picture appears to have been taken, because you can see, I'll use my pointer, you know, there's lots of different apartment buildings and stuff, but there's also lines of garages and whatnot. So
go ahead.
So this slide's a little bit out of order. So this shows the 3:36 a.m. that matches up to the photo, and then the slide above it shows that they left Bentley Drive and continued westbound on Boyson Road.
Well, the Louisma phone left at that time.
Yes, yeah, the Louisma phone left.
And at what time is that heading then back westbound on Boyson Road?
That is at 3:35 a.m.
Oh, wait now. So that 3:35 a.m., it's noted on Boyson Road, and 3:36 a.m. at the Azure Apartments.
Yes.
Okay. Does that indicate arrival there?
No, I said that backwards. So I was thinking this was an error, but it actually wasn't an error. So I guess I called myself out when I didn't need to. Yeah, so it was, they were approaching the apartments, arrived at the apartments, and then I presume the next slide will be them leaving the apartments.
Okay.
Or somebody leaving the apartment.
All right, and here's the next
Yes.
slide. What are you depicting here?
Yes, I apologize. There's lots of data floating around in my head.
No problem.
This is the device traveling westbound on Boyson Road, and it's just west of Council Street. And so when you get there, you're kind of approaching the Hiawatha city limits.
And at what time is the device in that location?
3:30 or 3:45 a.m.
Then the next location you have indicated, where is that?
This is traveling north on North Center Point Road in Hiawatha, away from Boyson Road. So essentially, it looks like the device took a right off of Boyson onto North Center Point Road and traveled north.
And at what time is it traveling north on North Center Point Road from Boyson?
3:48 a.m.
And then what do we have noted as the next location?
Well, we can all have a sigh of relief that we're finally back to the trailer park, and this is where we started. And so that's why I put this in here. And if you scroll down, you can see the time is 3:49 a.m. And subsequent location data shows that it just stays there. So that's why I picked this one, because it appears that the device stays there for a pretty good period of time.
Investigator Holst, does that conclude your interpretation of the findings that you made regarding location data on Mr. Louisma's phone that's been encompassed in State's Exhibit number 27?
Yes.
Okay. I was going to show the witness another exhibit, Your Honor, unless you wanted to break now.
Why don't we go ahead and take our break? Jurors, please remember the admonition. Have a good break. We'll see you soon. You can all be seated. Any record needed from the state, from the defense? All right, have a good break. can all be seated. All right, we're back on the record in FECR 153477. Investigator Holst, you're still under oath, and Mr. Maybanks, you can continue your examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Investigator Holst, I'm going to shift topics here before we go into the next exhibit. In your training and experience as an ICAC investigator, do you frequently actually handle the physical phones that are submitted to you in order to do the download?
Yes.
As part of your experience, have you had to attempt to examine and download information off of phones that are damaged?
Yes, that's pretty frequent that we have damaged phones.
Does that include Apple phones?
Yes.
In your background, education, and experience, have you had opportunity to examine Apple phones for the presence of the function that has the crash detection software on it?
Yes.
And what do you know in your experience about what kind of event with the phone would trigger the crash detection?
So Apple tries to program their phones in a manner to not provide false positives, so false alerts, because as you can imagine, there could be a lot of them, because I drop my phone all the time. And so it uses not just one measure of what it believes might be a fall or an accident or whatever. It uses multiple ones. And so examples would be just like a phone knows if you're going up and down stairs, using a barometer for pressure, that type of thing. It can also use that to detect if there's motion from a standing position to a falling position. Or if you're in a car, it can detect the forward movement and then a sudden stop, the deceleration of the car. It also uses a microphone, and it can detect, much like the glass break sensors that businesses have in their, or I have them in my home too, they can detect a breaking window versus somebody just dropping a toy on the floor. It uses a microphone to try to look at different frequencies that would be consistent with a crash or a fall. The example that I would give is I have an Apple Watch, which functions in a similar way to an Apple phone. And, I had to kill a fly the other day on my counter, and I slammed my hand down just like anybody would kill a fly, and it said, did you fall? Because it noticed a sudden deceleration of my hand. It heard a loud thump, which triggered the frequency, and it also knew that I was impacting something based not just on the deceleration, but just on the motion of my hand. And so that's what it does. So you do get false positives sometimes, but it tries to reduce that by using multiple data points.
And so what multiple data points would be used then within the internal operating system of the Apple iPhones to detect a crash in order to alert emergency contacts within that phone?
It would definitely be the motion sensors inside that detect a sudden slowdown, also impact sensors, and then the microphone would be important probably too.
So in order to eliminate any false positives, the events in your experience would have to be a drastic type of event that has that immediate deceleration or something that's more similar to a severe event than just incidental type handling.
Yes, so it'd have to meet a certain threshold, to trigger that. And so, Apple doesn't tell us what that threshold is because it's proprietary, information for their company because they have competitors. But it meets a certain threshold that they've determined based on their research is appropriate to try to minimize false positives and be more accurate about detecting actual falls. And to illustrate that, like my watch, when I told you that I killed a fly, it says, did you fall? And it's not just to make it so that it doesn't send a signal to 911. It also learns from that experience. And it collects all this data from all of our phones and our devices, and it tries to get better based on that data. So the longer that data is around, typically the better it is. And it's been around for a while.
So in your experience in dealing with Apple iPhones, would an incidental fall dropping a phone or even throwing a phone and having it land on the ground be that type of event that would trigger a crash detection software?
I've dropped my phones, or I've dropped my personal phone countless times on my cement floor in my garage, and it's never done a SOS to 911. But I listen to the police radio in my office, and dispatch gets calls for service from Apple saying there's a crash detected, there's a crash detected. So I know that it happens, and that kind of shows you the difference between adding all these multiple factors and just one. So it's very smart data. I've never had mine do a false positive, just my watch.
Would one of the instances that would, in your experience listening to the police scanner, but also as a computer forensic examiner, be a crushing type event of the phone?
It could, because a crushing event is going to, it's going to put pressure, and it's going to make a very loud noise, so it's going to hit multiple triggers. And so if you think about, they have some sort of threshold that it has to get to, whatever that is, that's going to get you there more likely than just a fall on its face or something like that. If you drop it, even from a standing height, if you drop your phone, that's what I've done, and I've never had it go off. So a crushing, like if something crushes it or something runs it over, or whatever it might be, it would have all those factors involved together to meet that threshold.
So an event such as a car running over a phone, crushing it, would that be a type of event that would trigger that crash detection software in your experience?
Yeah, that's enough force and enough different variables that it would, I would think that it would trigger it. I mean, I've never done the test on it. I haven't had a specific phone that's been run over and I saw it call, but I think based on my training experience, that would be a rational thought, is that if you run over a phone, it's going to trigger all those things and set it off.
Have you ever seen a phone before that has been crushed in that type of event or ran over?
Yes, I've seen crushed phones before.
Okay. May I approach witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Handing the witness what's been previously introduced in evidence as State Exhibit 16E, Melody Hoffmanin's cell phone. Could you examine this cell phone for us, Investigator Holst?
Yes.
In your training experience, is this cell phone, what kind of damage do you see on this cell phone being consistent with?
So the first thing that I saw was that there's damage to the back side of it and not necessarily to the front side of it. So then you want to look at that damage a little bit closer, and if you're dropping a phone, typically the damage is going to start in a focused area and then spread out. And again, that you don't really necessarily need to be a cop to know that. That's kind of common sense. But what I notice on that is that it is uniform damage, potentially crushing damage to the backside of the phone. The other thing I was looking at the end, the reason I took so long, is I don't see a lot of marks around the edge of the phone. And so if you drop your phone face down, you could have typically one part is going to hit first, and it's going to cause that focused damage that spreads out. But you're also usually going to get some type of damage to a corner of the phone. And I don't necessarily see damage in the corner of the phone that would be as dramatic as the damage on the back of the phone. So to me, it seems like it would be consistent with crushing because it's uniform. Hopefully that makes sense. But
Can you see on the back, it states Exhibit 16E, evidence of that crushing event near the camera in particular?
yes, you can. Yeah, and there's a case on that phone, but it's my understanding that it was recovered without a case originally. So the case would obviously help a lot, but I mean, unless you're rich, you don't usually walk around with phones with no cases, because if you drop it, I mean, this is what's going to happen. You're going to have the focused part. So what you're going to have is you're going to have, like near the camera, maybe that gets damaged, and then you got to get a new phone. But I've seen cases where people intentionally try to destroy evidence for us, and they've run over phones before. And what I've noticed is that it's consistent damage rather than the focus damage. So that's what stands out to me. I can't say for sure. I mean, there's no way, you know, maybe a scientist or an engineer could say for sure. But to me, based on my training experience, and I handle, you know, we get, 10 to 15 phones a month, and I've been doing this since 2017. So I've handled a lot of phones. And to me, this looks consistent with a crushing damage. It could be something else, but I think it's consistent with that.
Do those scenarios include damage consistent with the phone being run over, as you see in 16E?
Yes, because if you think about a tire, it's just like if you drive over a nail. Unless the nail is sticking straight up and goes into your tire, you could drive over a nail if it's on its side, and the tire would just go over the nail, and because it spreads out the pressure. So to me, this damage looks consistent with spreading pressure out over the entire device itself, rather than a focused area. So that tips the scales more towards being run over with a tire or something like that versus dropping the phone.
In this case, if that phone did not have a case on it when it was ran over, if that would be the case, is that the type of damage you could see consistent with that event?
Yes, if you have a phone or if you have a case on your device, I don't think you see this much damage. They're pretty good cases these days, but without a case, the stuff is pretty brittle.
And is this also consistent with the type of damage you see that would trigger the crash detection software?
Yes, because you can imagine, I don't know if the jury has seen this, but what I can see on here is that there's splintering of the glass and things like that. So it's going to make a sound. It's going to have pressure. And I think those two variables alone combined would probably meet the threshold to trigger an SOS signal to 911.
Thank you, Investigator Holst. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 25 for identification.
Wait,
You see that?
hold on
I
one
did,
second.
and now it's gone.
Did I say something wrong?
No.
Oh, okay. Looking at me like it.
I just want to make sure we handle this correctly with the live stream. Okay, I just want to make sure we were clear.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Do you see State's Exhibit number 25, Investigator Holst?
I do.
State's Exhibit number 17, V1, has already been previously received as evidence in this case, showing a female subject that had duct tape around her mouth with her nasal cavity bleeding, and also with hair in the duct tape area that was identified as being consistent with the appearance of Melody Hoffmanin. Did you perform a deeper dive into the defendant's phone to analyze the data behind this photograph that was found on his phone?
Yes, I did.
And does State's Exhibit number 25 then, is that an exhibit you generated in order to summarize large amounts of data into a more readable format so we can present your findings and explain it to the jury?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate copy of the report you put together?
Well, I only see the first page, but
We'll go ahead and scroll for you here.
yes. Yes, it is.
Okay. Move to enter State's Exhibit number 25, Your Honor.
Any exhibit, objection to 25?
No, Your Honor.
25 is admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Publishing 25.
Thank you. Start with just kind of visually, when you first examined this photograph based upon your training and experience as a certified forensic examiner. Explain your initial observations of it from its appearance and the initial data.
Well, the first thing that strikes me is that you would expect more of a broader picture of the face. This appears to either be zoomed in or cropped in some way. I think it's less likely to be zoomed in simply because you do usually get a little bit of pixelation, but it looks to me like some sort of cropped image would be my first thought. The other things that strike me as a forensic examiner is I look at the file name and the file extension and things like that. So where most people look at the picture itself, I'm actually looking at the other stuff.
So your first observation then is, in your training experience, it looks like a photo that was cropped or in the process of being cropped?
Yeah, it would be consistent with that. You know, it could be a thumbnail image too, that the system, generated. But, with it being close up like that, I mean, if you think about when you take whoever takes a picture of whoever, this is not typically a picture that you would take this close up. There would be more of a camera view. I mean, I'm not a photographer, but there'd be more of a wider view. So to me, it's either cropped or zoomed or maybe some type of a thumbnail, but I think it's more likely cropped or zoomed.
Okay. And then what is it about the file name of this document that you noted?
So Apple, and this is again on an iPhone, and so Apple names things in certain ways on iPhones that are pretty consistent. And it's important to understand that Apple doesn't always tell us all this stuff. This is some of the information that we know about how Apple does things is through their developer documentation. So if I'm a guy that wants to make an app to run on an Apple iPhone, I have to know sort of how it works. And so I look at the developer information. But there's other things that we just don't know. And so we have to look at research, we have to look at experimentation to kind of get an idea of what Apple does and how they do it. So the first thing I see is the really long name at the top. It starts with 606 and ends with 0EC. That long string of numbers is consistent with what's called a globally unique identifier, which we usually refer to as a GUID, which is GUID. So we say it's a GUID. And what that is, it's just a algorithm or mathematical equation that produces this unique number. And there's a very low probability that that number will ever get generated again. And so it's kind of like a serial number. And operating systems oftentimes use that number to keep track of things. Whereas you or I might name a file, first grade graduation or high school graduation. Computers name it this way. And so it looks like a GUID, G-U-I-D. And then the file extension is a .png, and that's sometimes called a ping image. And when you save a phone, if I just take a picture of my daughter on my iPhone, I'm going to see it saved differently than this. The original picture is going to have it's not going to have the GUID, and it's also not going to have the file extension of PNG. A thumbnail of that picture, like in your photo gallery as you're scrolling, could have the PNG extension. A screenshot could have the PNG extension. But in an Apple operating system, the original picture does not have a PNG file extension applied to it. And so to me, those are significant. So this tells me, just by looking at it, that it's probably generated from a system side of the device rather than the user side of the device.
Okay. That was a lot of information, so we want to make sure we understand. I think you talked about this a little earlier in your testimony, right? So you're going to gather data through your extraction process that's going to be, some of it is what the user is going to see on the interface, right? Yes. And some of it is going to be within the iOS, the internal operating system.
That's correct.
And so this is something that you found within the internal operating system.
Yes, and as you scroll down, you'll see there's a path that indicates that too. But just by looking at the file name in this case, you can tell that.
And that's what we're going to talk about next is the file path and what that told you about this photo.
If you scroll down just a little bit more where it says source, there you go. Okay, so there's a lot of things going on this slide, but the reason that I put them on here is it's the easiest way I can explain this to anybody. There's not an easy way to explain it, but it's the easiest.
Feel free to use your laser pointer.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Okay, so when we look right here, that's the file path that is related to the picture that we just saw. This first part, you'll see files full.zip. That kind of goes back to the full file system we talked about. So that is named by the extraction device, the Cellbrite or the gray key device that does the extraction. The rest of it, the private/var/mobile/library/intent/images, and then it has the file name. That's the full file path. So if we needed a map to find this thing, that's the map that we would use if we were a computer. As a user of the phone, if you could access this information, you could also follow that map to get there. But on an iPhone, you can't do that. On Android phones, it's a little bit easier sometimes. So you'll see that this 606 number is the same as the file number or the file name. That translates down into this second part of the slide where you see red and green, and you see it says artifact type pictures. It's got a small version of the pictures. It's got file name. This is what I was talking about between the GUID, which is this long number, and like if I take a picture on my phone. If I took a picture on my phone right now, I have an iPhone, it would get named something similar to IMG_0192.gpg. So that's why I put that in there.
So just so we kind of break it up a little bit and understand what you're talking about here, when you take a photo on your phone, does it create a file then, or create an image that's saved as an IMG originally?
Yes, it's going to create an image that's saved usually as a JPG at the end, but it usually starts with IMG in the beginning. That's kind of a telltale sign of it.
And so the first two entries here in this initial table here, those are pictures.
Yes, and that's why I put them in there. They're not necessarily related to the case, but it's to show as an example. I mean, they are related in the way that the timestamp is similar, but it shows an example of user-generated pictures versus a system-generated picture.
Okay, so the first two entries are pictures that the user can see on the phone. The last one is something that was saved to the operating system.
Yes.
Okay. I didn't mean to interrupt you there. Go ahead and tell us about the time and date information there, if you're onto that, or continue.
Sure. So if you look at, in this case, the created time, the last modified time, and the last access time, you'll see that all of them are basically the same, okay? As opposed to the picture that we saw before that had that 1969 date. So in this case, the date is 2/18/2024 at 4:05 a.m. in the morning. The 4:05 is important, but so is the seconds. So it's 4:05 a.m. with 32 seconds. That's when the file system wrote that to permanent storage on the device. That doesn't necessarily mean that's when that picture was created originally. It just means that's when the file system wrote it to the device, and that's important later. So if you can just remember 4:05:32 a.m., that's what's important.
Okay, so that's when the phone wrote this picture to the device.
That's correct.
Okay, so with that in mind, 4:05:32 a.m. Can you tell us then now, I think we're on to understanding what the user of the device was seeing when this phone was accessed?
Yes, so if you scroll down just a little bit, you can, there you go. Okay, so that 4:05:32, I highlighted on this screen here in blue.
Okay.
4:05:32, that's the end date time here. And so I'll kind of start over. This particular one, it shows an artifact type, it shows a bundle ID, it shows a start time, an end time, and then some metadata. And so if you look, the end time is consistent with the picture time that we just saw. However, the start date time, or the start time, is 4:02:53, as opposed to 4:05:32. So you think, okay, this lasted a little while, so what is this? And so that's where we look to the left. It says biome application focus. So it's BIOME, application focus. The biome doesn't really matter so much, but the application focus is what the primary application was on your screen. Now, some of us realize that these days you can have maybe a video playing in a little corner and you can still be scrolling on your screen. So that happens sometimes, but generally speaking, this is what application is going to be the focus of the user. So the user is going to be seeing this right here, which is com.apple.mobile slideshow. And again, this is all like programming stuff, so that's why it's not very readable. So what I do is I go in and I look and I say, well, what was the user of the device looking at around this time? Because that's what I want to know. Because what I know is the picture is system generated, so I want to know what was the user doing around that time. And so I put this in here as an example. All these bundle IDs are not very descriptive. I mean, some of them are. One of them says Facebook Messenger. But this top one, it says com.toyoagroup.peekaboo, which sounds kind of funny, but that is a name for an actual application. And that is another name for the Snapchat application. And so I recognize that because, you know, I've looked at other devices. But when I first saw that, I thought, well, what's peekaboo? I don't know that device. Well, it matches up to the common name that we would see for an application. The second one, and I'm not going to read all of these because I feel like that's a lot of typing for the court reporter, but the springboard. When you see springboard, that is when you go to your home screen on your phone. And it's a springboard to other things. That's how I think of it.
Okay, just so we can kind of do this in a question-answer format and break it up a little bit here.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Why don't we do it this way here? In this particular table here that we're talking about, this is what the user of the phone sees on their phone.
That is correct.
And so at February 18th at 3:59 a.m., the user is on the Snapchat app.
That's correct.
Okay. So let's go through this then, and you can explain it to us in that way and then add any other detail. How does that sound?
Sure. And we don't necessarily have to go through all of them. I just put them in here as a visual so that people could kind of have a reference of different things. So whatever you want to ask me about is fine.
So the next entry here at 4 o'clock a.m. on the dot here, Springboard App Library, what's that?
That is the home screen, and what you'll see is the end date time usually matches up to the start date time, generally speaking.
So users on Snapchat goes back to home screen.
Yes.
And then right in that same, literally instantaneously, Facebook Messenger. What's that?
That's correct. And that can happen if, let's say that the Facebook Messenger was already open when you just swipe over to another app. So it's not necessarily as cumbersome as going back to the home screen and going and tapping something. So that's why you see the date, or I'm sorry, the time is so quick. It's because you can just be switching between apps, which is a lot faster than trying to navigate to the app.
Is that like when you have your phone open with a bunch of apps and you can slide them and just tap?
Yes, and that's referred to as the Apple app carousel, you know, like a carousel that goes around.
I didn't know that. Okay. So then after Facebook Messenger is then briefly accessed or comes up on the phone, then what happens next?
Yeah, you'll see a pattern here. You'll see the springboard again. So they're going to the springboard, and that takes you to the next application, which is Instagram.
So Instagram is then activated on the phone or is in the carousel, whatever it may be.
It is the app focus at that time. So so they may have navigated to it, but it is now the app focus. So it's the application that's being used by the user.
And then we're back to the home screen. This
Yes.
is all happening in like a second's worth of time. Right?
Yes.
Okay. And then to this mobile slideshow. What's that?
Mobile slideshow is your photo gallery on your Apple iPhone. So that's kind of where we're getting to, because now we want to talk about pictures, right?
Good. Now we know how we got there. So why don't you tell us what's happening now?
All right. So from 4:02:53 a.m. to 4:05:32 a.m., the user of the device had the photo app as the primary app in focus. And so you might remember 4:05:32 as the date or the timestamp on that picture that we just saw.
Okay, so just for that, those 2 minutes there, the phone app has been accessed, is open is seen on the device.
Yes, and that kind of goes into what the next, if you scroll down just a little bit, it goes into the next one if you'd like me to explain that.
Okay, where do you want me to scroll?
Just scroll down a little bit, yeah, to where they're all repeated, just like this.
Okay, oh,
So-
gotcha.
Yeah.
All right, so what's happening then at 4 a.m. in the photo app?
So on this, the reason I put this in here is it shows that there's lots of swiping going on, and it's basically the same event going over and over again. You'll notice they're not much different other than the timestamps. So I show this just because you can actually see if the photo gallery is being used. So they're not just looking at a still photo gallery. They're actually, sliding on the screen or manipulating it in some way. And so that gets logged. Some of these times are a little bit earlier than what we talked about, but it's just to give you a pattern to show you. So the individual ones are not that important, but just to show you a pattern.
Is this consistent with swiping photos in the photo library?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
And you have times noted here from 4 a.m., 4:06, all the way to 4:04:30.
That's correct. And there's other things that happen in between there, but I just use this as an example to show how granular some of the information is. And then unfortunately, other information isn't as granular. Sometimes we have to extrapolate a little bit.
Should we go back up now?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I think where we left off here was we hadn't gotten to whatever screenshot services.
Yeah, so screenshot services, and then if you look to the right of it, it says SB, so that's Springboard, full screen switcher, scene, live, content, overlay. That is believed, and I say believed because again, Apple doesn't necessarily always tell us this stuff, but we know based on forensic researchers that do the testing on a known action on the phone, and then they look at what the logged action is. We know that this is typically when you're either showing that app carousel, where you're choosing your app, you're swiping, or there's an overlay of one image or one particular app over top of another. So an example of that would be a screenshot. Or an example is if you want to crop a photo, usually when you hit the edit or the crop button, it shrinks it down just a little bit, puts it in a different display, and so that would be an example of an overlay. So we can't say for sure what this was, but we have some ideas based on the context of the other activity that's going on the phone.
So this photo overlay that's taking place here, starting at 4:02 a.m., then, 4:02 a.m. to 4:02:53 there, that's the overlay you're talking about that's consistent with one app being over another, screenshot, cropping of a photo being done?
Yes, those are the most likely explanations for it. It's not all inclusive, but in the context of the other activity on the phone, that is the most likely thing that's going on, is one of those three things.
And then at 4:02:53 a.m., what's taking place?
So at 4:02:53, the focus becomes the photo roll again. So if there's a screenshot being taken and the user is done with that screenshot or editing or whatever the cropping might be, they're going back to the actual photo roll, and that's the application that's in focus.
So the photo roll is then the focus on the screen that's on the interface the user is seeing at this point in time.
Yes, until 4:05:32.
And that's the time you told us to remember, right?
Yes.
Okay. So explain to us what happens at 4:05:32.
Well, we
with respect to
see.
this picture.
Yeah, so we see that the mobile slideshow ended at 4:05:32 and transitioned to Facebook Messenger. And that timestamp, the 4:05:32, is the exact same timestamp as the photo that we talked about. And so based on that information, that would be consistent with a system event, again, not the user, but the system, writing a file that could be in memory, which is just temporary. It would be consistent with it writing the file on the actual system, which we know happened with that photo because of the timestamp. But what's significant about this is that when you end an application, oftentimes that's when it takes temporary data and writes it to permanent storage. So it holds it up in the air, if you will, like you're juggling. And then when you're done with that application, it all drops down. And that's when the timestamp gets applied. So when I'm looking at this in context of all of the data, to me, that looks like a connection between the activity on the phone and the timestamp on the picture.
So what that looks like to you then is when this photo is in the process of the cropping and whatnot, and that there was a change in the app, and then the photo at that point in time went into the system so it could be held for potential use?
Yes, it gets held in a temporary storage area until it's purged. And some of the other information below this will kind of help us understand what triggers that system action versus a user action. So I know that's a little confusing, but if you scroll down, we'll kind of show.
Before we do that, what does Facebook Messenger have to do with this?
I heard you say Facebook Messenger, but
Yeah, what does that have to do with it? What's going on with that at the same time?
Yep. So that's the app that was transitioned to at 4:05:33, which is just one second after 4:05:32. And so they went from the slideshow, which is the photo gallery. They used the springboard to get to Facebook Messenger, and then used that from 4:05:33 to 4:05:46.
So the phone went from having the photo access to switching the app to Facebook Messenger,
Yes.
which creates the event that sends the photo into the system.
Most likely, yes. That initial image was probably being held in the phone's temporary memory until it didn't need it anymore. And that may be because the user discarded it or decided they didn't want to crop it, or they didn't want to keep the screenshot. Because if you take a screenshot or you crop an image, you have an option to just send it to the trash. And so based on all of this information, I think that explanation would make a lot of sense.
What explanation?
I'm sorry. The explanation of taking a screenshot or trying to crop something and then discarding that rather than saving it to your actual photo roll. And that's not something we can say for certain, but when you look at all of the information, it is consistent with that type of action.
So the user has the photo up, switches the app to Facebook Messenger. Does the phone anticipate that maybe the user wants to do something with that cropped image?
Yes. So there's something called app intents, which is INTENTS.
Do you need me to change to a different location on it? Okay.
No, it's okay for right now. You remember the file path had the word intents in it for that picture. And what Apple intents do is they share information from one application to another for security purposes. So instead of Facebook Messenger talking directly to your text messages, and sharing things, it has a go-between, and that's the Apple intents. And those get activated in the background. The user doesn't know what's going on. And they can get activated manually by the user, trying to share something, or the system can anticipate that you are about to do something, and so it prepares for that. And that goes back to what we were talking about, is they're trying to make the user experience better for you, and make you buy their product. So that's why that's happening. So when an Apple intent occurs, it's trying to prepare data to predict what you're going to do next. So if I had a picture on my phone and I tapped the share button, or I tapped the crop button, or I took a screenshot, that could activate an Apple intent, especially the sharing part, because if you're about to share it, Apple has to, it puts it in a smaller image, and it has to get ready to send that to another app. And that's probably what's going on in the background, is that Apple is anticipating it. It doesn't necessarily mean that the user intended to do that, but it may be predicting that the user wants to do that. So it could be either or.
Does that scenario become more likely when something like Facebook Messenger is activated?
Yes, I mean, that would be one of the options, because if you tap on a picture and say you take a screenshot or you crop something, and then you either have the option to save it, delete it, or send it to somebody, that would be one of the routes that you could send it. And again, the operating system prepares for that event, and then if it never happens, the user doesn't even know that it saved it somewhere, and then it gets purged out later when the phone determines it's the right time to purge that particular folder.
Okay. All right. So we have down here another table, knowledge application activities. Is that something you want to talk about now, or?
No, that was just an example, so we can scroll down further.
Okay. Have you finished talking about the information up here?
Yes.
Okay.
If you could scroll down, these next two pictures, the one that says local time and artifact type, those are the two that I'd like to talk about.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so we talked earlier about how my program is showing me things from a database, and a database table is where they're coming from. So this right here looks different than the other ones. It doesn't have any color on it because it's from a database table, as opposed to this that has the colors on it. That's from my actual program that I'm using to analyze the data. And sometimes the forensic software, even though it has all the information, it doesn't present all that information to me. So I have to do a deeper dive and go into the table to find it. And so that's why I put this in here. It's an example of, if you look over here on the right-hand side of the table, it says mobile slideshow, which we've seen before as the photo app. And then above here, it says trashed photo, viewed trash album, and viewed trash album. So those three events are significant because that would be user interaction with the device as opposed to the device itself doing something in the background.
Okay, so in this table, this shows the user actively doing something as opposed to the system saving it.
That's correct.
Okay. And what is your interpretation of what the user is doing here with respect to this photo?
Yeah, so the user is selecting a photo and sending it to the trash. And I know that some people use Android, so they may not realize this, but the people that use iPhones know that when you send something to the trash, it's not permanently deleted. You can undelete it. And then that trash, after about 30 days, usually gets emptied automatically. But for security purposes, Apple has, in the last at least couple of years, activated a feature where to access the deleted apps, you have to use either your passcode or biometrics, like a Face ID. And that's where the second chart comes into play, where it says power log application state.
Okay. So before we get to that chart then, and move from the last one, you described at the times indicated that a photo is trashed and then the trash album is viewed. Is that indicative of deleting a photo and then going to the deleted folder?
Yes, it is. And it's the timestamp is consistent with activity that was going on in the photo roll at that time, because the timestamp is in the 4:04 a.m. time range, and then the first trashed photo was at 4:04:32, and then the next one is 4:04:40 for the viewing of the trash album, and then the second viewing of the trash album is 4:05:06. And
okay, go ahead.
I was just going to say the way these relate to each other. So this table up here and these three events, the trashed photo and especially the view trash album, they correspond with the times where it says Apple Core AUTHUI. So that's short for Core Authentication User Interface, which is a lot to say. But essentially what that means is that the device was using Face ID at that time, and that uses power, and that's why it's logged here. So again, we're using a log that's never meant for us here in this room, but we're using it to look at data and try to understand what's going on in the phone. And so you see two of those events, and one's at 4:04:40, and one is at 4:05:06. And if you look at the timestamps in the table above, those are the same timestamps for viewing the trashed album. So that's why I put this in here, to show that that the user of the device trashed a photo and then viewed the trash album twice using biometrics.
Okay, all right, and biometrics is
Face ID.
the Face ID, okay, which is required to access the recently deleted folder.
That's correct.
And that indicates then that a photo was deleted and then the recently deleted folder was accessed. And what can you do when you're in the recently deleted folder?
You can either empty all the content of the folder, or you can select an individual item, an individual picture or video, and delete just that one permanently. And once that happens, on the user end, it's gone. Because everything's encrypted on your phone, and so what it does is it erases the encryption key for it, and in order to be faster than deleting a photo. And so that photo is no longer accessible, and even with my tools, I could recover that photo, but it would be encrypted data that, you know, until we get to a further age in technology, we could never get access to that encrypted data. So that's what permanently deletes the image. Most users probably just let their photos, like I take pictures of my dog and my daughter all the time, and sometimes they're not very good pictures, you know, so I just delete them, and they go into the deleted folder, and after 30 days they get purged, you know. But if I took a picture that was more sensitive than that, like let's say I accidentally took a picture of, you know, somebody driving down the street, and I was going to post it on Facebook, but I'm like, oh, it's got their license plate on it, I better not do that. I delete it. And then I say, well, I shouldn't have that living on my device because I didn't mean to get their license plate. I go into the deleted folder and I just remove it myself to make sure it's gone permanently. So that's what some people do. Now, some people just do that, you know, as a matter of practice, but most people are just trying to go into a folder like that in order to delete a specific photo and not empty the whole thing.
Before you go into the deleted folder and get rid of that picture of the license plate, if you had cropped that photo in any kind of way, would that create the scenario where it might end up in the app intents folder?
Yeah, so if I wanted to post that photo on Facebook and say, oh, I don't want the license plate on it, I would just tap on it, I would crop the license plate out, and then I'd hit the share button. And when I'm doing those actions, any time during those actions, it could get created in the Apple intent or the app intents folder. You know, there's no way to know for sure unless we had, you know, an Apple engineer here, but they wouldn't be able to talk about it because it's intellectual property. So, so we know that it happens. We just don't know all of the triggers for it.
So if you wanted to post that photo to Facebook or send it on Facebook Messenger,
Yeah.
it could be created in the app intents folder. You wouldn't know because you thought you deleted it.
Yeah, and that's why, again, the phone is trying to make your experience better and faster. And so it's saying, look, it's going to take some time to send this photo, so I might as well just do it now in the background while the user is doing something else. And so that's the reason it happens. It's certainly not to make it accessible to us later. I mean, we're just using it for that purpose.
So we've made our way into the power log application there. Below that, you have knowledge notification usage. Can you tell us what does this indicate?
This just shows you how there's other databases in addition to the ones we've already talked about that will tell you about what's going on the phone. And so one of those databases is called the Knowledge C database. So it's knowledge and then a capital C at the end. And it's still used now, but it was used a lot more several years ago. They've transitioned to what's called the biome, which we saw earlier. We saw the word biome. They've transitioned to biome. But those two databases track user and phone activity, like to the second. I mean, it's just, there's so much information in it. It's kind of information overload. And so we use those to try, again, as another data point to say what is going on with the user on the phone at this time. And so that's a really good source. The reason I put this on here is this particular Knowledge C part is notifications on your phone. And so what you'll see here is you see duplicates. So in forensics, you get a lot of duplicates because they're coming from different sources. But the timestamp is helpful because you'll see a timestamp of 4:03:48 for a start time, but the end time is important for this notification. It's 4:05:33, which is the same time that the user was transitioning to Facebook Messenger. And so from a common sense standpoint, what that tells me is that they received some sort of notification from Facebook Messenger and tapped on it, and it went to that. And so that's the sequence of events that I'm trying to explain to you. It's hard to do it because it is technical information, but that's probably what's going on there because of the timestamps and because of the applications that are happening. And then, of course, you see this down here, 40349, it also talks about a received notification. But sometimes those are reminders that you have a notification that you haven't looked at. There's different reasons for it. But this is an example of how we can see, by the second, what is happening on the device. And I think it's useful to me when I'm trying to interpret all of this.
So what is happening on the device here with regard to Facebook Messenger? The receipt of messages?
They got some sort of notification from Messenger, which usually would be a message. I mean, if it was Facebook, you could get all sorts of different messages. But from Messenger, you're usually just going to get a message from somebody. And that ties into the part down below where we actually see a conversation, a part of a conversation that has messages that coincide with that timestamp.
And so the messages on Facebook Messenger that coincide with these timestamps, then what can you tell us about those messages?
So the one that's highlighted at the bottom of the screen is timestamped at the end for 4:05:33, which is the same timestamp as the notification, 4:05:33, that there was a message. That coincides with the starting of Facebook Messenger and the writing of that original file. So I know that's a lot to follow, but essentially what we're saying by this analysis is that the user was in the photo gallery, they did something with a photo, the system anticipated they may do something else with that photo and kept it in memory somewhere, and then the user got a notification from Messenger and transitioned to that application. And that's when the system decided to put that photo into the temporary folder and just save it there because it realized that the user was done with that action for now. And so it just writes it there in case it needs it later. One thing that computers don't like to do is repeat things. So they put things in there in case they're needed later. Because what if I decide to go right back to my Photos app again and share that photo? It doesn't want to redo that. So that's why it's doing that.
Now, wait, now, so you said earlier that this photo was kept into the operating system at 4:05:32, right?
Yes, that's when it was written to the operating system.
It's written to the operating system, and there was a Facebook Messenger event at that same time that we've talked about already, and then these messages coming in through Facebook Messenger.
Yes, and so that's the reason I put this in here is that that's sort of maybe the interruption that happens from the user going from photo gallery to the Facebook Messenger. So I'm not necessarily saying that they're trying to share the photo with Facebook Messenger, although they could have. But that's the interruption that changes the focus from the photo gallery to Facebook Messenger, okay. And that is what initiates the write time.
And what happens on Facebook Messenger?
Conversation. So in this case, this is a notification database, so it's not going to show the entire conversation. But you'll see that there's where it says body on right here. There's two things that are being said. One says yep, Y-E-P. The other says good day. So of course that doesn't make any sense because you're just seeing one side of the conversation and you don't know the context of those messages because there's obviously something before and after that. But this is saved in the system and it would have got purged at some point. It just happens to have been in there and we were able to recover it. And what's notable is the timestamp on it. So I guess what I'm saying is it matches all the different data points start to match up and give a clearer picture. So if we go back to the puzzle analogy,
Hang on, before you do that.
you've got more puzzle pieces.
There's one more thing here before you do that.
Sure.
Is this a message that's being sent to the defendant's Facebook Messenger?
This is a notification of a message coming to them.
Okay.
So I don't think there would be a scenario in which they were responding with that, because it's notification. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah. Just want to make sure we're clear about that. So
Yes.
the message that's coming in is, do you just read it for us?
Yeah, it says, yep, and then it says, good day.
Okay. And in this same table here, besides describing what type of artifact it is, where it came from, there's also a title. It says wifey. What's that?
That would be the contact name that's associated with the notification. And so it's noting that because whatever notification it's showing on the screen to the end user is using this information. So it's going to say, just like all of us get messages, it says the contact name, and then it has a preview of the message. And a lot of times those notifications are coming down from the top of your screen. So you're not actually going to the app to see that. You get a notification, and then you may tap on the app or the notification, and it goes to the app and actually, engage in the conversation.
And the rest of the conversation here was not recoverable.
Right, because this is just listing what notifications got sent at that time. So there's a different part of the software that would look at conversations, and I was not able to find those conversations in the Facebook Messenger part of the device.
Okay.
So that typically happens when they're deleted.
And so overall, with regard to the timestamps that we see on this document, what is your overall impression of what was occurring at 4:05:32 on this phone?
That photo was getting written, but that photo had to have come from somewhere, and I did not find that same photo or a version of it in the user-facing data. So, in other words, it wasn't in the photo gallery, and it wasn't in the deleted folder either, because I can recover the deleted folder. It's only when you permanently delete it that I can't recover it. And so, it wasn't user-facing, but because it's in the app intents, it had to have been user-facing at some point. And that's the key to it, is the question we always have, especially with the types of cases that I usually do, is, because it's child pornography cases, is did the user know that picture was on their phone? I mean, that's what everybody wants to know. And so we do this all the time to try to demonstrate whether or not there's evidence of it. And sometimes there's no evidence at all. You just don't know.
In this case, you found evidence that it was user-facing.
Yeah, this had to have been user-facing at some point. And when you put all these data points together, it shows a sequence of events where a picture, or an original picture, was interacted with and was either cropped or shared or something like that. And then that picture was discarded at some point, whether it was just a screenshot that was discarded or it was the original picture that got discarded, whatever it was. Those pictures got discarded. The file got written to the temporary file storage, and the user went on to do other things and had no idea that the picture that they intended to delete was still on the system. And so that's pretty key, because, if it was just the phone downloading the picture on its own, we'd want to know that. But there's indications here that a user was interacting with that picture at some point, or the original picture at some point.
And at the same time, there's a message coming in from Facebook Messenger that says good day.
Yes, and that's important, because we do have periods of time where on other cases, we see that there's all these system events happening, and then there's maybe a picture somewhere. Well, we would never view that as evidence, because the user isn't interacting with the phone. But if there's evidence that the user is interacting with the phone at the same time, that's significant in the investigation.
Have we covered everything in this exhibit, you think?
I think so.
Okay, all right, we can take this exhibit down for now, Your Honor. Just maybe a couple more questions here. before we have to break for the day, Investigator Holst. Did you find through your examination of this phone whether the camera app had been activated at key times in this case?
Yes, it was activated at 2 different locations, 2 different times.
And what were the 2 different locations and times when the camera app of this phone was located or was activated in order to take a picture?
It was activated at Morgan Creek Park twice, once towards the time that the device arrived and once towards the time the device was likely leaving. And the other time was at the Lily Pond. That was once.
So twice at Morgan Creek Park, the camera app was activated, and once at Lily Pond.
That's correct.
And if that picture was ultimately deleted from the device, you wouldn't have evidence of a photo in the phone from those events.
Say that again.
So if a picture was taken at that time, but then later deleted as we've described, you wouldn't be able to find that picture.
That's correct, yeah. Once that's permanently deleted, not in the deleted folder, but permanently deleted, we wouldn't be able to find that.
And if any amount of photos were taken, would you be able to know how many were deleted?
I saw in the logs, they weren't all here, but I saw in the logs that there were 2 photos deleted in that time period. So there's 2 deletion events. We only showed you one on this screen just to kind of keep it condensed. But there, in the full record, there's 2 deletions of photos, which would be consistent with an original photo and a cropped photo being deleted. Now, I can't say that for sure. I always try to let people know that, like, you have to look at this stuff in context.
Well, in context of this case, it's consistent with the original and the cropped photo being deleted.
Yeah, absolutely it is, yeah.
Okay. May we approach, Your Honor? Now I want to show to you State's Exhibit number 26. Do you see that photo?
Yes, I do.
And do you recognize it?
Yes, this is a document that I prepared.
And where did you come upon this, the information in this document in order to prepare it?
This was from the same device we've been talking about, and it's from specifically the Snapchat application.
So this exhibit comes from the Snapchat application of the Louisma device.
That's correct.
And does this contain a conversation on Snapchat?
It does.
And what time does this conversation commence?
The timestamp is 11:23 p.m. on February 17th.
And what time does the conversation conclude?
You'd have to scroll down, I apologize.
You gotcha.
11:24 p.m. on the 17th.
Are you able to tell who is involved in this conversation?
Yes, there are 2 different users involved in this conversation.
And are they color-coded?
They are. One is in red and one is in black and also blue. When people see it, they'll understand what I mean.
And what is the name of the Snapchat user in red?
In red is KXNGZOE1.
And are you able to tell any information about the user in blue?
That has a actual username or or user identifier that Snapchat uses to keep track of us. It's like a serial number. So it doesn't have the common name that you and I would see for using the app. It has the Snapchat number.
What would be the reason in your experience why there would only be a Snapchat number instead of a username?
The times that I have seen that happen is when the software is not able to make a connection between a contact in your Snapchat contacts and that number anymore. Because when it displays it to me, it makes that connection in the background and says, here's John and here's Jeff, talking to each other. In this case, if you deleted John out of the Snapchat contacts, or for some reason the software wasn't able to find it, it would just put the user ID in lieu of the common name.
So if the Snapchat account where this came from eliminated or removed this, the person in blue as a contact, then it would only come up with this Snapchat ID information, not their username.
Yes, that scenario would fit.
Okay. Move to enter State's Exhibit number 26, Your Honor.
Any objection to 26?
Your Honor, may we approach?
You may.
No objection, Your Honor.
26 is admitted.
May we publish, Your Honor?
26 is published.
And scrolling to the top here, Investigator Holst, then this begins with that user in blue that has the Snapchat ID number at 11:23 in 46 seconds. What does the user in blue say?
And the user in blue says, "How long are you going to be?" ?
And within a couple of seconds, KXNGZOE1 responds by saying what?
Not long.
And then how does the user in blue respond then within a couple more seconds?
Do you just want me to meet you at Casey's, which is spelled in this case CAYCES?
And then within just a few more seconds there, how does KXNGZOE1 respond?
It says just to Wendy.
And then within a couple more seconds, how does the blue user respond?
With the letter K.
And
Okay.
then a couple seconds later, how does KXNGZOE1 respond?
The one by U, the letter U, is close. CLOSE.
And how does the blue responder or the blue user respond to that?
Responds yes.
And then within a couple seconds, about 3 seconds, then how does KXNGZOE1 respond to that?
Just, JUS, come where I always be.
And then how does KXNGZOE1 respond?
They also follow up with hurry up.
And then finally, the last message by the user in blue at 11:24 and 27 seconds is what?
Okay.
And I think that's it for this exhibit. Your Honor, the state may reserve this witness for further testimony, but at this time, we have no further questions.
All right, so jurors, we've reached the end of the day and the end of the week. I want to remind you that Monday is Veterans Day, and the courthouse is closed on Monday, so as you recall, you're going to have a 3-day weekend, and so I hope you enjoy that. I don't know if you have work obligations, so hopefully you don't, but in any event, there will be no court on Monday. And so we'll be in recess until Tuesday morning at 9 o'clock. Because it's a longer weekend, I just want to really emphasize the admonition I've given you throughout the case That's, not to talk to anyone about the case or allow anyone to talk to you about the case. That includes family and friends. I know that's difficult when you have a case like this and you're just not able to talk to anyone about it, but it's very important that you follow that admonition. Also, not to form or express any opinions about the case until you retire to the jury room to deliberate, not to research any of the people or events discussed in the case or visit any of the places discussed in the case, or to conduct any investigation or research on your own about the case, and not to look up or view any media reports about the case or any social media about the case. And so with that, I'm going to release you for the 3-day weekend. We'll see you back here at 9 o'clock on Tuesday, and I hope you have a great weekend. Thank you very much. You can step down there. Thanks. Thank you. You can all be seated. Any record needed from the state, from the defense?
Not on record, Judge.
All right, great. We'll go off the record.
The system's rigged, man, it's time to break free. Eyes wide open, gotta see what I see. Standing on the front lines, fighting for the truth. Lift the veil of lies, it's time to be the proof. Take a stand, don't you back down. Raise your voice, let's shake the town.